Sorry about that, I almost unducked my dock. At LTC 2022, Dio brought this big old bag of little rubber ducks. Because he had them on hand for the sake of rubber duck programming. For those who don't know what that is, rubber duck programming is where you put some inanimate object next to you on your desk so that you can explain your code to it while you're writing it. Because, as it turns out, having to explain something to someone helps you understand it better yourself. And it often helps people find bugs that they would otherwise write into their code before they write it. But he had a whole bunch of them, and so he was just kind of like handing them out to his friends at LTC. And so we decided that when we played on stage, we were going to duck our docks. So we took the duck and we put it on the Switch dock while we were playing. And we were, encouraging everybody who had a duck to duck their dock as well. I accidentally knocked my duck over. My apologies to the duck lovers. Hello, Amelia. Yes, missiles. I am getting ready to relive my K-Shot days if I can. Oh, there's the fan. One sec. Knew I was forgetting something. There's a long checklist, and I've never written it down for some stupid reason. Hello, Deluxe and Phantomu. And Ghoulies, and CD the Lemon Queen, and Bad Luck Charm, and Not Huddy, and Amaretto Tart, and Eldritch Nessie, I like that, and Shaluna, and Raspy, and Z-Tech, and Mud-Eye, and Senior Knee, hello, please no pop quiz, don't worry, if you have a pop quiz, I won't tell you about it, and Rainy, hello, and hello, Control the Frost. Get your scimitar ready, mateys. Exactly. You've got the right idea here. And hello, Temsa, and Jamie, and Anakin, Doc, and Agent 4, and Katana, hello, and hello, Unichurro. You're preparing for Wiper Deco, you're a Sith, not a Jedi. Fair enough. Only a Sith deals in global displacement specials. And hello, Chaluna, and thank you. And hello, Nexlation, and Eli, and Ginger Ailsy, and hello, Octo Josh. I don't think the diaper kit will be that bad as long as it's 210 because it doesn't have a bomb. Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to be as bad as a lot of the missile weapons were in S2. But it's a weapon that feels like it's right up my alley, so I'm going to give it a try. And hello, Manta Rea. Please have mercy on me, missiles. So you're trying to get on the missiles side, if you can't beat him, join him. Is that the idea? And hello, Rhombus Labs. And Gleb Voladin, and Force. In an update of bad kits. Who could have expected this? Yeah, it's weird. And hello, Andre, and thank you so much for the donation. As a programmer, I can confirm we do that a lot. Yeah. And hello, Marbles. It was also in Texas? Yes, LTC has been in Texas. It's run by Tourney Locator, which is a Texas tournament organizing group. A pre-stream checklist, like pilots have free pre-flight. Yeah, I mean, that would be smart. Here's the thing, though. I'm not smart. That's the problem. That's where we're running into issues here. Hello, Alucard. I love Splatana, so please give me advice. I'm learning them myself. So I will probably learn more from me playing it right now than you will from me telling you. Do you think aggro Wiper Deco can be competitive? It's not going to be as aggro as the current Wiper is. They're going to be very different playstyles, because this doesn't have a bomb to poke with. The torpedo is a really important part of the previous kit. And it's going to be really weird adjusting from the kit that I'm going to be practicing right now to that because of it. Hello, McMako Shark and Ursa Major and Photon Jet. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. A gray Jedi. There we go. Yeah. I've got a dark saber. Give every missile 300 points for special. I don't think it needs to be that bad. Past me, looking down, going, "You've become the very thing you swore to destroy." Yeah, like... I ran K-Shot in Splatoon 2. Like, I was part of the problem. And hello, SML Bear. Mr. Gem Squid School, you are literally the smartest Splatoon streamer. I don't know about that. I mean, there are definitely people who know this game better than I do. You look well. Thank you. Thank you. I am not sick anymore, which is very nice. Good luck fighting all the machines without a bomber range. Yeah, that's what Kyo said on Twitter. Kyo was saying that the Wiper already struggles with machine, but that now that it doesn't have a bomb, it's going to struggle more. Bring balance to the meta, not leave it in darkness. Yeah, it's going to be a lot more of a poking playstyle, I think, than this current Wiper will be. But what I'm thinking here is that I'll at least be able to learn the mechanics of the main weapon a little bit, and then hopefully we'll be able to carry that part over. So, binge watching your videos, nice to catch your stream. Well, thank you. Thank you for the viewer engagement. Thanks for being here. All right. Well. Oops. So here's my thing, right? Look at this rotation. No. Okay. Well, that answers my question for me. Because what I was gonna say was that I've already hit S+10 and I can't lose any more rank. I also don't care too much about where my X rank is at right now. I don't think it reflects my ability super well. So I don't really care about either of those ranks, and I'm happy to tank either of them. So I was like, I'm just gonna go with the one that has the best rotation. It's Anarchy. Anarchy is the one that has the best rotation. That's funny. That's very amusing. Ah, you move. Stop that. I need to hit S+10, but I've been playing Zelda. Yeah. I actually just went and grinded to S+10 myself last night. Realized, like, wait a minute. I'm probably going to need to do this so that I have X on launch of the season. Looking forward to Open. Open doesn't necessarily have to be sweaty. Like, you can play League and just not care about the power, which is what a lot of people did in Splatoon 2, and I think it was a really good, healthy thing. Hey, look at all the Wiper players! Wonder why they're doing that right now. I wonder why they'd be using this weapon. I was almost there. I almost had it. We actually still came out on top of that. Nice. Okay, we cleared those two. That was really sloppy. I definitely had a slower kill time there than I wanted. Oh, that's right, I'm not using Ninja Squid. Forgot about that. I have to play a little bit differently here if I'm going to play aggressive, because I'm, again, running quick respawn and not Ninja Squid. I'm very used to Ninja Squid. Which is honestly something that's probably going to be a good thing for me to unlearn. Nice. Okay then. Ah, shucks. We ended up losing the zone there. I might have gotten a little bit too distracted by the crab. Hello. We've done that twice now, you and I. We should maybe consider not, so we can play the video game. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Man, it keeps happening. I'm not even, like, disengaged or anything. I'm just, like, playing off the zone a little, and they manage to just, like, run by me and get to the zone. It's not a great weapon for getting in someone's way. Alrighty. But it is a good weapon for getting someone to not go to the zone and instead fight me in a corner. That hits. Does this hit? Yes. Does this hit? That still hits. Okay, so it hits that far. What weapons could a Glugomane easily flex to? 52, 96, Squeezer. '96 Deco, that is. The vanilla 96 doesn't exist. No. I thought I was safe from that angle. Good shots from my teammates, though. Okay, so that was the part where the people that it ran by, I was hoping they would shoot at it. Maybe they were distracted by something. It looks like they were shooting at someone. Okay, again, that was a moment where I figured people would see it and shoot at it. I think when I warm up for SOS today, I'm going to see if the team will let me run a little bit of wiper. Just to... Oh, man. Come on. I want to see if the team will let me run a little wiper just to try it out in a competitive environment. Okay. Oh. Hammer eats itself? Lame. I should probably just not be trying to contest hard angles like that. Just be circumnavigating them, I think. I figured whether I throw a torpedo there or whether the hammer's still out and I throw that instead, I like it either way. Did the crab just end? Ah, that's unfortunate. I was expecting it to stay crabbed for a little while because I hadn't seen it there earlier. I might need audio cues better. Like, I might need to turn the audio up. Okay, well... If you insist, I'll go out onto the zone. Ah, I missed. No. Okay, good job. Good job, teammate. I don't know that we keep the zone long enough, though. Interesting. Okay, so I got an assist for that. Hey. Ah, I hit them 3 times. Got double teamed. Well, everybody died. And there's nobody out there with me anyway, so... Let me turn up the TV volume so that I can hear. So that's going to do it for that for now, actually, because I have a lesson that I'm going to be teaching on stream here. So I'm just going to really quickly pop into Discord and let them know. I was literally just DMing them on Discord. Why does it... Oh, no, it was actually on Metafy. That's right. That was where the messages were coming from. Okay, let's see if there's a message request from them. Question mark? No. There we go. There. Okay, there we go. What's the difference between Wiper and Stamper besides the kits? Wiper is faster in terms of fire rate and shorter range. And the damages are different too. So Wiper has its max light attack range here. And it's a 4-shot. Stamper hits from further back. And it's a 3-shot. But it's a slower 3-shot. So typically the way the Stamper is going to play, because its charge slash is ridiculous. Like, this thing will still hit from here. What it'll do is it'll throw out these charge slashes to zone. And then when one of those charge slashes hits, it'll try to follow up with a single slash to get the splat. And there's a lot more that goes into it because the sub-weapons provide you with different combos and the specials are different. There are a lot of questions there, but... Alright, hello to Blob. Blob is our first student for the day. We're going to have another one at, I think, 6 Eastern? No, 5 Eastern. 5 Eastern. That's when the other one's going to be. But welcome, Blob.
Hi.
I believe I don't have a code yet, unless you sent it in.
I haven't saved right now.
Gotcha. Just there it is. Perfect. All right, I'll head over to the terminal and get that set up, and I will also get set up so that you are able to see my screen from within Discord, so there's no stream delay, or less, I guess.
All right.
There you go. Oh, great, there's a fly. I haven't seen one of those since last autumn. I'm not looking forward to there being bugs again, but here we are.
Especially in humid states like Florida. Oh, man.
Okay, and why did I click away from the code? That was silly of me. There it is. RD3D E2C8 WD4A and DWKU. Okay. Is this a scrim, tournament?
This is a low ink match.
Gotcha, yeah. It looked like it was a tournament match. All right. How'd you do in low ink?
We won the Delta bracket.
Nice. Okay. Cool. So we've got We've got a carbon we're trying to set up with this comp, which makes a lot of sense. Got all the weapons paint decently well, which is what you need when you've got a roller on your team, and so you're going to be trying to set them up to get picks, and then you have weapons that are really good at following up with the roller, but also weapons that are comfortable just kind of sitting back doing their own thing to maybe draw attention away from where the roller is at. So that's pretty nice. And then they're running Flingza, which is actually a pretty decent counter to the carbon in that it's going to paint a lot, and it's also going to provide missiles, which will reveal the carbon's location. You also have to worry about the Neo Splash because it's going to be painting a lot, and none of their weapons are a paint drain on the team or anything. So your win condition here is going to be getting the carbon enabled to do things, because you need to win on kills and not on paint. They outpaint your comp. So it's a question of whether you can get them splatted so that they can't paint. It's kind of the idea. Missiles, strike, booyah on their side, and you're going to have crab, booyah, and then Zuka and Inkjet. I know I skipped the hammer. I always skip the hammer. It's just a part of the wiper kit. It's not really a special. Okay. That's how I think about it, and I don't know why. Let's get started. Would you like this to be more focused on your individual play, or would you like this to be more of a team VOD review? The difference is whether I would look at this from a top-down perspective or whether I would continue to look at it from your perspective.
Preferably a team VOD review because we struggle a lot on Inkbot Art Academy.
All right, sounds good. So we'll keep it locked right here then. So carbon immediately drops in, and I'm not sure how I feel about immediately dropping into mid like that, because you want to be playing obviously not to be seen and playing around cover and not being spotted out when you're going somewhere. It feels easier to not be known when you don't show yourself in mid like that. But so they go over to the right, and there's already 2 enemy players on the right, so there's going to be an engagement over there. Let's see how we handle that. We move in kind of slowly. Carbon isn't quite able to get on top of anybody, and I like that there's cover fire from both you and Jacob here, that you're putting down ink, you're doing the best that you can given the situation that you're in, given how far back you are. But we don't have anybody who can dive with the carbon. We can only kind of give supporting fire or something and maybe try to clean up afterward. Yeah, so, and we end up going down there. So it feels like the engagement's being taken maybe a little bit early from the carbon, in that it doesn't have anywhere to hide, and it doesn't have any way it can move. Carbons are most scary when there's paint on the ground, and so you don't know where they are. As soon as they leave that paint, they're a very short-ranged weapon, and yes, they have a fast kill time, but they're a lot better weapons for handling that particular situation. A carbon really needs to shark. It really needs to be in its own ink, and we didn't really even have time to get ink down for it. Plus, it feels like... Did you guys talk about how you were going to roll out on the map?
Yeah, we talked about how Carbon and Machine would open right stack, and then me and Soda would open left stack, or
Okay.
watch left stack.
Gotcha. It feels to me like Soda is committed pretty hard on left. If we're watching left, to me that doesn't mean we're in this position. This position is, I'm looking for a fight on left stack, and when we say watch left stack, what we really mean is I'm going to make sure we don't get flanked from anyone on the left while we take a fight on the right. And maybe be in position to throw burst bombs if there is no threat on the left. From here, Soda can't really do anything to help with this fight. And I feel like if Soda's a little bit more detached from that position on left, if they're less committed to it, they could potentially rotate over and maybe get the enemy wiper here, let's say. Because they're in a pretty vulnerable spot if we're watching it. So that might be an idea. But at this point, we, get collapsed on because we're 2 players down for nothing. So it's a 4v2, and we just kind of get shoved in. So what you probably want to do there is start by painting, and just paint a lot, and then let the carbon find a play organically somewhere, rather than trying to run into area that isn't even painted yet to go for something. Because as soon as they run into multiple players, as soon as they get spotted out by anybody, it's bad news bears if they don't have someone who's in there diving with them. So it is an option to potentially send somebody in there to dive with the carbon. It should probably be someone who's going to dive and not someone who's going to poke from distance like the machine.
Okay.
So that's my thought there. Because you can see from the overhead that the carbon was kind of in there alone, that all that they were getting from their teammates was paint support in that situation. So they're going to struggle trying to find anything there, especially with no paint on the ground yet. So carbon drops in and gets 2, it looks like, which is totally fine. We're going to get scored on anyway here, but yeah, getting that was fine. Given that we got full wiped for basically nothing, a score to 65 is definitely, a pretty solid defense. So, priority here for everybody who's not the carbon is paint. We don't need to be, poking too much. We don't need to be... We just need to enable the carbon to be able to do things. When you watch Alliance Rogue and how they enable Volti, you'll understand why Gray is getting 3,000 paint on any given match. It's because he exists on the team to make the carbon able to do things. He is there to provide paint, and he is there to provide smoke screens with the tri-strikes. Whenever they go in, they're throwing a booyah bomb or a tri-strike or something, and that obstruction of vision is being used to allow the carbon deco to get into a position where they can shark and pop off and get a kill or something. And so the whole team should be brainstorming, okay, I'm close to the carbon, how can I set the carbon up better from where I'm at? You're really trying to center the whole team on letting that happen. Because if you set the carbon up well, they'll just get a quad. Sometimes they'll just get a quad without needing that much help. But the more you can allow for that sort of burst damage to get done to the enemy team, the more often you're going to be able to capitalize, and it creates the opening. You put a crab tank and a sloshing machine in that opening to hold ground, and while your team is able to score, and that's how you get these really big pushes off of this. That's how you translate something explosive into something you can hold up. But right now, what you need is the explosiveness. You need something to open the enemy team up, because the rest of your team comp is really passive by comparison. A sloshing machine is not an aggressive pushing weapon. It's definitely more of a zoning weapon. It can push up, kind of, but it's got a pretty slow kill time, and if something gets on top of it, it's in trouble. And the Ballpoint, it has its short-range fire, but it is still a backline weapon most of the time. It's not going to want to play quite as aggressively. Splash can play really aggressively, except that half the time it wants to be positioning to get into a spot where it can crab tank from, which means it's going to be playing like a splatling. So all of these weapons, they're not as aggressive as a 52 gal or anything like that. And a 52 gal is even less aggressive than the carbon. So if you're trying to break open, if you're trying to win in neutral, it's all about enabling that carbon roller and giving them the paint and giving them the space that they need to, work their way around the enemy team, take their time, find the splats that they need to open things up and allow everyone else to push in with them. So we've got a fight on the right-hand side here. good job, getting that called out. I like that you're pinning that player down, and then once Ultra's attention is called to it and they spot it, they're able to turn, take it out. Nobody gets hurt. Good suppressive fire there to keep your teammates safe and watch your angles. It's something that backline weapons are really good at, and you absolutely did that job there. So now we want to start pressuring the enemy plat a little bit more. The fight on the left here is one that we either don't want to be taking or that we need to be collapsing everybody else in on. Because this 1v1 right here, it happens and it undermines our numbers advantage. We have this like 4v3 and then later 4v2 numbers advantage that we could have had, but because a fight happens that's away from all of our teammates, that numbers advantage doesn't matter in that one select corner of the map. So from there, we don't want the machine like just backing up and zoning. We want the machine like taking cover, running away, running towards the teammates. And we want the teammates being called over to it. And it looks like nobody even really responds to that fight on the left. We just kind of keep pushing up the ramp here. So we kind of just lose a player for free. And we're only up one player instead of multiple. And it looks like everybody kind of has a different idea at that point. We don't have enough clams to really be pushing the plat, so it may have been a good idea to actually just kind of focus on holding mid and getting clams first. Ideally, what happens is, before we win that fight, we already have clams. And we don't really want to even be taking fights until we can score off a fight, because if we can't score off a fight, then what's the point of taking the fight in the first place? Like, why bother if we already have mid control? We're already in the position that we're going to want to start a push from. It's not like we need more space. It's not like we need to play defense here. Avoid the fight until it's time. And I think what I'm seeing is a little bit of splitting, a little bit of lack of coordination in the, to use the most basic term that I can here. The general game plan is take fights when you have an advantage and you have something to gain from taking the fight. And then once you take the fight, everyone is taking that one fight, and nobody is taking an extra fight someplace else. What happened here was that we took a fight on the right and won it, but we also took a fight on the left at the same time and lost it. If we don't take that fight on the left, and the left side is just there to stop someone on the left from flanking the fight on the right, now we're in business. So it's the same kind of thing that we saw earlier from the Splash, being too far over on the left-hand side to be able to help with anything on the right. That's happening here on the left as well. We need to make a distinction between when we say I'm watching the left side versus I'm pushing the left side. Once you go past that line where if you cross it, somebody's going to be able to splat you, you're not watching it anymore. You're pushing it. You're committed to it. And if you're in the position of watching that position, you're not trying to commit. You're trying to specifically, like, keep yourself out of an engagement if you're over there.
Right.
Alright, so we get a trade over there, which is fine. Ooh, hammer incoming. So we need to be ready to shoot that in the side when it comes up, which it looks like we are. And meanwhile, there's another fight happening on the right. Now, we win both of them, but again, taking two fights at the same time is definitely not what we'd prefer. We would really like to be focusing on one at a time and using all of our numbers on that one fight, because if you split the party, to use the D&D term, what's going to happen is, in most cases, is that you're going to win one fight and lose the other, and you're not going to gain any advantage from it. If you pick the fight that you're likely to win and win that and avoid the other fight, now you have an advantage. And so the point of callouts is to decide which of those fights you're trying to take right now. It's telling everyone, here's what we're looking at, here's what we're looking at, here's what we're looking at. And everybody who's not a part of the first thing that gets called needs to disengage from whatever thing they're in and avoid getting committed to that engagement.
All right.
All right, Ultra gets a pick. Ultra gets another. Nice. Now, when we push out here, we have a bunch of clams, and we've got the picks, but we're spreading out so that one person's at right tree, and the other person's at left stack. So there's not really a push here. What we could just be doing is dogpiling our way onto their plat. Like, maybe send one person over their wall or something, but just get, like, most people getting into plat and overwhelming them with numbers here. And we also have 3 specials at the moment. Like, this is a very unaggressive posture that we're taking in a situation where we could be popping, like, 2 specials right now and wiping them out of their own plat. We could be putting an inkjet over the top. We could be putting a booyah over the top. We could be getting in, you know, wiping them, scoring, and then have a crab tank left over to put in the most annoying position that we can reach in that time. But we're spread out so much that there's just no power that we have as a team right now, because we're not going to put everybody on the same fight at the same time. So, Booyah comes in, and we get 2 for 1 out of it, which is good. But because we took so long to move, like, out and then back in like that, now there are 2 players who are ready to defend, when we could have gotten this power clam in before they were in the picture at all. So the pace is a little bit slowed down there. We end up going 1 down, and then the other player, instead of trading it back, decides to pick up the clam, try to throw it in. All the best case scenario, absolute best thing that could possibly happen, is you score this power clam, and Ultra jumps another power clam in just in time to be able to score it. And you're going to get down to 60 doing that. In order to beat that push, they only need a power clam plus 2, and that is the absolute best case scenario. I don't think it's realistic to expect that to happen. I think Soda goes down before this goes in, and now Ultra's left over with the power clam. Yes. Did Ultra mean to pick... Like, was that the pity that they picked up? I think that's what happened there.
Yeah.
Must have... I would assume that that's a mistake. Especially as a carbon deco, you know, this sharking weapon. Giving the enemy team wall hacks on you is definitely not what you're looking for.
I think he was trying to jump to Soda, but the push died immediately, so he just decided to back up.
Yeah. And that's a play that you make if the push is, like, active and you died, like, during the push. But looking at the map here and seeing the situation, you know, only a 2v2... whole entire plat is the wrong color. I think coming into this, we should definitely be hesitant about picking it up. And, like, think twice about that idea. Because even if you jump it in, again, you're only getting a lead of 5. And there are 3 minutes, 15 seconds left in the game. That's probably not going to hold. So it's probably worth it to leave it there, to not have it active, to not lose the potential to have that extra scoring on a push that actually works, and just go back into play and regain control in neutral.
Very.
Nice, I like that. Just kind of looking around on the map, using the ink that's there, available, spotting that someone has strayed really far away to try and pick up clams and paint. That was a very visible and obvious thing that the enemy team is doing. Nobody was there with them, and so Ultra just gets a free pick there on an enemy power clam holder too. And they get a Zuka pick for it as well. Now they've got to be really careful about the missiles and about being rushed down from here. We do get one on the left, which isn't bad at all. I think from there, especially once the missiles get popped on Ultra and once people start running them down, the call should probably be to come right to help them. Because I think if we just have even one other player there with Ultra, that we can probably stop this Flingza. We end up getting one in return for this, but we probably could have one and save Ultra. So I think that's slightly more value you'd get from defending them. Like, once Ultra gets a couple of picks, you can kind of see on the map, the enemy team immediately responds to the carbon being there and tries to single them out and target them. Like, Ultra becomes the focus of the enemy team once they get that attention. And I think with the rest of the team if they play off of that, then they can capitalize and catch people off. Now, they do manage to get a couple, so it's not even really that bad. Like, I like that we're starting a fight as soon as that happens. So, you know, wherever you can find a good one, that's good enough. I can talk from the analyst desk about how the fight that you took should have been the one on the right, and you might have gotten more value out of it. But you did take a fight at the right moment, and you got value out of it, and so I'm not going to complain very much. Ultra with a great pick there, spotting someone looking at their teammates. And this is the kind of play that's just going to happen really organically if we play around each other and play especially around the carbon deco. You're not putting yourselves on top of each other too much. You're not clumping. You're just taking a variety of different angles so that the enemy player at some point is going to be looking away from the carbon deco, and the carbon deco just needs enough paint on the ground to be able to get the backside of that enemy before they're able to do much. Another thing that we do need to be careful about is that when Ultra does get a pick, they're immediately going to become a target against any coordinated team. They're going to be yelling about that carbon and trying to figure out where they are. And any team that you ever beat, the thing they're going to complain about, regardless of what happened, is the carbon. Like, the thing that they're going to be talking about how they need to, you know, deal with that better next time. It's going to be the carbon every time. That's what they're going to do. They're going to talk about, whether that was actually the deciding factor or not. So knowing that the carbon has that impact, you know, has that effect on people and how they play the game, the other members want to be in a position where when the carbon does start to get focused down, they're there to back it up. Okay, so Booyah goes in, and that's going to force us to engage in a fight in front, and we kind of just get pushed in here. So let's look at how this starts. Because we are starting to lose paint control, which is one issue here. Like, you can see we're kind of getting pushed back a little bit. Especially after Jacob. Okay, so Jacob goes down, and that's kind of the start of the dominoes here. We do trade back, which is good. Okay. And then specials start coming out. Now, I'm not a fan of the positioning here. I think from any member on the team. But Blob is the closest to where I want them to be. But the issue here is that, like, the special is going out, and Soda's moving forward, while Ultra's trying to get a flanking position forward. The thing about this is that the special is something you have to look at, because even if it's not targeting you, it might separate you from your teammates. It might create a situation where you're at a numbers disadvantage, even if you like the position that you individually are in. So when those go out, we can't ignore them, even if they're not aimed at us. Now, you know, we've got a player down, and another player is completely isolated by, you know, trying to run away from this special and ending up kind of backing into it. So now Soda is not in any position where they want to be fighting. They don't want to be attracting attention. They don't want people to know where they are. They don't want, you know, because Soda doesn't get splatted from that move. But what happens is the Booyah Bomb goes out to force Soda and Ultra forward, because they know where Soda is, and so they're going to work on trying to displace them and trying to push in with that. And now with Jacob being off on the far right side, with Blob getting forced back here, it's basically like a 3v2 fight. And all they have to do is notice what happens here on the bottom side. I want you to pay special attention to what they're doing to Ultra here, because this is something that your off-angle player, your weak side player needs to be doing. So the fight starts on the bottom side. It's basically 3v2. Blob is trying to put some covering fire over the top, but they don't really have a target to aim at, so the most they're going to provide is a little bit of paint for an escape route. This is an advantageous fight for a yellow team, and they get split. Soda goes one direction, Ultra has to go another. And look at how the Splash in particular plays against Ultra. They're not trying to push Ultra. They know if they get in range of Ultra, they're going to lose anyway. They know that they're isolated against a carbon deco, and previously, like with Soda on the left-hand side in the very first fight, where they're off on the left-hand side, committed to being on left stack, what Ufu here is doing instead is preventing Ultra from moving in. They're just painting. They're not presenting an angle that Ultra can actually attack them from. Until then. Okay, so that was a mistake on their part. But because they kept Ultra's attention, Ultra wasn't able to help when Baja on the mid part went after Soda. The Battle of the Soft Drinks, I guess. So if Ufu had been doing that on purpose and not just like been scared of the carbon deco and then hard committed to going around a blind corner against the carbon deco, that would have been really smart. They ended up going down because they just pushed around a blind corner against the carbon deco. But what they were doing at first looked like they were just trying to keep the carbon deco out of the fight and waiting for support. And if they just keep pre-firing, if they just keep things painted and wait for Baja to come down and hit Ultra from the back, now they've got a really good fight, and that's the way that you want to play the weak side. You're not there to take the fight. You're not there to commit. You're there to keep that player occupied so that your team can win with their advantage state someplace else, and then come and help you and bail you out. Okay. So Ultra ends up coming out with 2 there, and we're able to take some more space. And we actually collapse and get Baja as well. Soda needs to be really careful right there. They are going to be at an artificial range disadvantage because the enemy team has high ground. So even if they're fighting against the enemy Splash, which is the shortest ranged weapon on the enemy team, they're still at a range disadvantage. They want to be backing up using their burst bombs at this point because everybody's focusing on the left side. They're playing weak side, so they need to be careful. Especially since they're probably, I was going to say, they're probably pretty close to a crab tank, and now they have crab tank. So they're trying to get that set up on the right, which makes sense, and now the enemy team's going to push in on the left. Now, if the push is going to be on the left, one idea might be to not have the power clam on the left yet, and to, like, maybe have it stand in mid at first and act like it's going to move right, and then immediately rotate to left as soon as the fight breaks out. That could be a way to kind of misdirect the enemy team, make them have to rotate themselves and maybe catch them in rotation. Also, having the power clam over on the right would give them the crab tank a target to shoot at, because they might try to rush down the power clam, and then the crab tank and the ballpoint in combination could try and mow them down for being over aggressive on that front. But we end up getting a pick, and so now we're going to start moving forward. We're going to use specials to try and get in. So, again, we're taking 2 fights at the same time. The Booyah Bomb is going off on the far left, where it's not helping the people on the far right who are pushing in. We're hard committing to both of these engagements. So, as we tend to see, we're probably going to win one, lose the other. And there it is. We won the one on the left, but we lost the one on the right. We're taking 2 fights at the same time. So now we don't have advantage anymore. We do not want to be pushing any further. Like, this is 2v3. We're probably just going to get forced out and splatted if we try to go further for this. So it's good that we backed off from there. But we definitely got further in after we lost 2 teammates than we probably wanted to. All right, 1-for-1 trade. Ultra sneaks in here, realizes, maybe not, and dips out, which is smart. It's easy to do. Okay, these strikes, we've got to respond to these strikes really carefully, because what these are going to do is split the party. And so with the players who are in the backline here, the machine and the ballpoint, they need to be aware that they're getting separated from their teammates, and as soon as these strikes are gone, they need to get it back in position and try to help as soon as they can. The other members of the team need to recognize that they're getting separated from their help, and that for the time being, they have to think like they're at a numbers disadvantage and backpedal, kite back, play safe, play around cover, stall as long as they can to give their teammates time to get back in.
Right.
Because here it looks like we kind of just hard commit and go for the special there, but with no escape route, we kind of just get rushed down. So now it's 4v3 for the enemy team. 1-for-1 trade happens, which is going to go in favor of their team. If they're on our plat right now, we probably don't want to have double power clams. Like, they really messed up by not having the one extra clam to give to Ufu here and allow them to score, but we're kind of just letting them have our plat right now. I don't know if we just, like, didn't check the map and didn't notice that that was happening. But another thing about that is that, you know, I always argue against having double power clams, like in almost any situation, because you're just giving the enemy team too much information. You're giving them wall hacks on half your team. There's a reason that, like, that is considered a cheat code in other competitive shooters, to be able to see the position of the enemy players. Like, it's just not fair if they're able to see you. And so, yeah, like, you have more scoring potential if you manage to win the neutral engagement, but if you're reducing your odds of winning the neutral engagement, it's higher risk than the value that you're getting out of taking that risk. It's like having those two power clams, again, it's only just going to get you to the lead, even if they don't score anymore right now, and it looks like they're about to. Yeah. So, like, at this point, having two power clams doesn't even get you lead. What you need to play for is a sustained push that lets you keep the basket open. That's how you get the big points, and a sustained push happens when people on your team don't die on the way forward. So, you probably don't want to be, like, I would, if I'm Soda, I'm literally chucking this power clam backwards. Like, maybe Blob can pick it up and have that, and that's not the end of the world. But, like, literally nobody else on the team, I think, wants to have that power clam in their possession. I think it's just too much information to give the enemy team. Ooh, someone on the... Okay, so at this point, Blob now knows that there's someone on their plat, and we want this to be a moment where we're calling out the flank quickly. That call out for the flank should signal for Ultra and Jacob to not be that close to the enemy team and to turn backwards and collapse on that flank quickly. If we do that and we win the fight decisively enough, the Flingza and the Machine don't have the time to react and realize, oh, they're just running away from me and going to this fight. I need to go forward and help. They're going to find themselves in a 4v2 or a 3v2 as soon as they step forward, because we're already going to have collapsed on this engagement and taken those players out. So that's probably the situation we want to end up in here. We end up just straight up winning the entire fight, so that works too. We get that score in, and now we don't have too much more scoring we need to do, but we want to take it easy and carefully here. We have to score a certain number, and we did not do that. The goal here is not to push as deep into the enemy team as we possibly can right away. It's more, we need to keep the basket safe so that we can continue to score. And I think everyone kind of took the role of, it's my job here to keep the enemy team back. Because we died with clams that we could have scored there. And being so close to lead, we want to get those extra 3 clams scored. Because that actually would have put us at 51. Giving us the lead there. It's always important when you're playing Clam Blitz to have a running thought in your head of how much needs to get scored in order to take the lead. Like, where are those points going to come from? Who's got the clams for that? And how long does this push need to last in order to get those many clams in? I think here we planned for, you know, for the lead to happen like instantaneously and then to be able to just keep pushing forward, but we didn't actually have the clams to back that idea up. Okay, and they're going to get in, and that's going to widen the gap a little bit. Yeah, top right is, yep, good job focusing that down. That's always the important part to be watching on this map on defense, and we spotted it immediately. We've got a little bit of a disconnect here. Look at where people are going. We've got Ultra all the way forward at the enemy ramp without a lot of paint. We've got Jacob on left stack, and then Blob and Soda are still backed up in the corner here. I guess maybe picking up the clams or something, but like, if we're going to play this aggressively on the left side here, we also want the rest of the team to be at least somewhat nearby, because otherwise we're just isolating ourselves. And there, again, you know, we took 2 separate fights. We won one of them, lost the other one. And at this point, we've just got too big of a numbers disadvantage. I don't see us being able to come back. Got 2 down. We need to get this power clam to the goal, like, yesterday. We have, like, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. So we definitely did our best at that point, but the damage was already done from getting too antsy and pushing too far up and separating from each other. I do think that separation like that is a two-way street. It's not just, oh, like, Ultra and... I'm blanking on the machine player's name. Jacob, right. It's not just that, like, Ultra and Jacob pushed up too far too fast with each other. I think part of that is also that, like, in this, like, last second situation where we've got a fast break push, we've got a player down, we've got an advantage, we need to make this advantage count, having Blob and Soda be in the very far back right corner for as long as they were was definitely time that we needed to be spending getting pushed up. We don't, you know, think about the Ballpoint's job being to help push up, but you can see what happens, you know, from that last fight when they push up without that support on the back lines. They don't have as much paint behind them. They don't have the crossfire to work with. They don't have someone who's there to trade back if they go down. So, like, the moving forward aggressively is a whole team activity. And I think that Blob and Soda ended up on a completely different page from everybody else because it took them so long to move up after the picks went out. Now, Ultra and Jacob were probably going forward a little too fast, and between those two, you know, slight errors in decision-making, we ended up on complete opposite corners of the map, getting isolated and picked apart piece by piece. So, have you seen my video on coordination that I put out where I analyze Zero's play with Destiny Bond?
I have not seen it. Not yet.
That is the video that I always recommend for situations like this. I go into pretty much everything that I would say. So I'm going to really quickly pull that up on YouTube for you, and I'll put the link in chat as well for anyone else who's interested. Here we go. It's so funny. This video is one that I end up recommending, like, more than almost any other video to teams. Like, when I teach lessons, it keeps coming back to this one, and it's also one of my, like, least viewed videos. It's one of the ones that just doesn't get recommended to people for some reason. So there it is for you, Blob, and there it is in chat as well. So to give you the Cliff's Notes of what this video talks about, basically coordination is when you're taking the same fight at the same time from different angles. That's what you're aiming for in Splatoon. And to set that up, the callouts are specifically there to make it so that that happens. The callouts are not there so that you get a GPS of every single player in every single position at every point in the game. The callouts are there to get you taking the same fight at the same time. If there's someone that you need to know about in order to do that, then sure, you call their location. But if there's someone who's just randomly painting right tree and they're not going to help in that fight, you don't need to talk about them until they become relevant. What you need to talk about is where everyone should be looking and what everyone should be shooting at in the next 3 seconds. And so using callouts to accomplish that will help you so that you don't end up taking two separate fights at the same time. Because as soon as one fight is called, that's the fight. You don't call another fight over the top of that, because then you're confusing everybody about where the team should be looking. It's just, here's the fight that we are taking. If there's another engagement that's happening, if you're out of range to help with that fight, that's cool. But you need to know that that's the fight we're taking so that you don't start another one yourself, and so that you can keep us safe while we're taking that fight, however you and your weapon can.
Right.
I don't know what div the teams are, Orusco, but we talked about it at the beginning. This is the team that we were spectating, the team we're coaching, won the Delta bracket in low ink, so that should give you a pretty good sense of where they're at.
Yeah, we're a Div 6 team.
There you go. And that's right about the kind of range that I expected you guys to be at from what I'm seeing there. The big thing that really starts setting teams apart once you hit about Div 4 is this coordination. Like, this, I think, is the major difference between a low-ink winning team and a low-ink journeyman team, is how well the players are working together. The mechanical skill is usually roughly comparable. The decision-making with their main weapon and, all of that stuff, and knowing when to push and how to push, it's generally there. It's just getting everyone to pick up one plan and focus on that plan, instead of executing on two plans that both would have been good if everyone on the team had worked toward them. So, all right. Do you have any questions for me there?
How would I have done better with Ballpoint, like in position wise, and I guess special timing? Should I be chaining my ball or my inkjet with a crab, or should I be using it around like the same time for a push?
My thinking with inkjet has always been that it's a relatively because it's Ballpoint, it's a little different. The way that I've always played inkjet is very selfish. It has always been, do I think I can get a kill with this inkjet? And if so, I'm going to use it. It's like, it's a slightly more situational special in that sometimes you're just going to get shot out of it if you try. It's not like you can just like safely pop an inkjet. It's always taking a little bit more of a risk. And so sometimes where your team wants you to, be able to create some extra pressure, the inkjet might not be a useful source of that pressure. So when I can use it, I want to use it. When I can't use it, I'm just going to, position for myself as a main weapon. Now, there are definitely some cases in that game where I think, it was a good time to use it. The big one was, remember, we were talking about a position where you had a numbers advantage, and you had like 3 specials to use against 2 enemy players, both on the enemy plat.
Right. Yeah.
That push was a push where an inkjet would have been phenomenal. Throw a booyah bomb at the plat, and then put the inkjet over left wall. And what's going to happen is the inkjet is going to scatter those players and make them visible to you, the inkjetter. And it's also going to make it so that you can see which direction they're moving, so you know how to lead your shots to hit them. That, I think, is where you get the most value out of it. You're going to get like one pick pretty much guaranteed immediately if you can hit your shot. And then the other player is going to be out in the open where you can see them, and you're still going to be up at a high enough elevation that they're not going to be able to shoot back at you without moving forward first. And your team is going to be storming the plat in the meantime. So I think that's an easy 2 kills if you combo Booyah Bomb into the inkjet there, and then save the crab, because the crab is going to be a good source of sustain for the push. If you've got a crab on their plat while you're scoring, it's really hard for them to retake, even if you have to send a player back to get more clams in the meantime. It's a force multiplier up there that will make up for the fact that you have to be currying clams back and forth from mid to keep the push going.
All right.
So given all of those specials, that's the way that I would have, racked it up. In that kind of position, like, you can maybe call, hey, booyah me in, you know. Here are the specials that are like global range or that you can use from a safe distance that are just like a guaranteed displacement kind of thing. Use those first to get, you know, to buy time for your team to get into position, to make it safer to do the riskier ideas, and then, you know, follow that up with the inkjet, and the inkjet cleans shop.
Oh, okay. And for and ballpoint positioning, like aside from neutral and defense, so I have a pretty solid idea of where to stand, which would be like attic and plat. When we're playing more aggressively and pushing up to their plat, where would a good position be for me to just be by?
Are you familiar with Devi's Backline overhead positioning guide?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Here's another link I'm going to send you. And I'm also going to send that in the chat. Devi creates these maps where she puts down the positions that she has found in her experience and from talking to other backline weapons where are best to stand on every map mode in the game. And she had them for Splatoon 2, now she has them for Splatoon 3. So I'm just opening up Inkblot Clam Blitz on this guide. And so she'll mark where your spawn is versus where their spawn is. And then she'll put down traditional offensive positions versus traditional defensive positions. And if there are any positions that she finds to be like niche, situational, or like positions where you need to know what you're doing if you're taking that spot, but it can work, those she will mark in blue. So okay. On Inkblot, what I'm seeing here is that on offense, either stack works well, that it's not a bad position to take like right in front of ramp so that people can't like peek down at that, and that once you get into further, more aggressive spots, that you can take their plat. It looks like they're favoring the left-hand side, which makes sense because then you can see on a wide open sight line anybody who's going to be running at you, especially running at your clam scorers. And if you get really, really deep, that you can even get up on top of their bats, and that's the massive destructive lockout position. Any place that you can put a crab tank and your team goes, ugh, that's gross. That's a good place to put a splatling.
All right.
So that's what I'm seeing from there, and you can, you know, take a look over that for whatever map modes you're interested in thinking about positioning for, and that will be Devi's advice for it.
All right. Yeah, I think because of this, I have a little more insight of what I should be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that when I talk about how, you know, you want the ballpoint moving forward to support the frontliners as they push, you're basically thinking like, how do I take these circles that are drawn on Devi's backline positioning map and connect the dots? How do I move from one good position to the next good position? You know, how do I put myself in a position where it's easy to move to the next one quickly, so that whatever direction my team goes, I know which position I'm taking next. And learning that process of macro positioning is kind of part of becoming a backline weapon. It's like learning how you're going to adjust your positioning in response to the game state.
Right. Okay.
Good questions. Any more that I can help you with?
I think that's good. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for being willing to put this up on stream. I hope that people found it valuable beyond just the team that's learning from it. Looks like one of your opponents was actually here in the chat too, so they're
I saw, yeah.
they're studying up as well. But best of luck in going from winning the low ink Delta bracket to winning the low ink Alpha bracket and everything that goes on past that.
Those will try our best, yeah. Good learning opportunity. Alright. Well, I'm guessing that's all of it.
Yep. That's about all I got there. So, you have a good one.
Alright. You too.
All right. Thank you to Blob and the rest of their team. I can't believe I didn't ask what the name of their team was. Shucks. But thank you to all y'all. There's still someone in the chat, at least, that can probably answer that question. Arcadia, thank you. So, that'll be it for the next half hour, and then after that we have a lesson with Ari. Ari, I believe. There are 2 Aris that I've given lessons to, so pardon me if I'm getting this wrong. I believe this is the Ari who is not a part of Monsters, Inc. If I'm wrong about that, I do apologize. But yes, I noticed that your tag had Ultra in it, Ultra Yeets. I made the connection there. Keep playing that weapon, we gonna be peak. Yeah, I mean, Volti playing Carbon Deco at top level is all the inspiration any Carbon Deco should ever need. Like, y'all are up right now. All right, let's get back to our force training. Our force sensitivity training? That makes it sound like we said something racist. the office manager is telling us we need sensitivity training. That's probably not the phrasing that I'm going to use for that in future. But oh my god. I'm gonna follow Volti even after their AR arc. Oh, for sure. I mean, they are a top player and have been for some time, but the fact that they've had the results that they have had is nuts. Like, I'm gonna say it. If a weapon is capable of beating Starburst, that weapon's doing okay competitively. You can consider it to be meta. Do you think Wiper paints well enough to not need any special charge for missiles? It depends on what you're trying to do with it. I feel like if you're trying to play a missile spam weapon, you're not going to play the Wiper Deco. You're going to play like the Flingza. This is going to be an aggressive weapon that has missiles. Is kind of the way you want to think about it a little more. Because otherwise, it's going to get outcompeted for missile output. Like, you're picking it because you want missile output, but also something else. The ability to actually fight in aggressive positions and situations. Really careful about how oh no. Okay. I was worried that we were going to end up being our teammates splatted here. Ah, they were ready for me. A little too obvious, probably. Nice, we got 2 down. Hello, there's still someone on tower. There's still someone on tower. Please remove them from the tower. That was not great. We didn't need to give up that checkpoint. Where did they go? What? Alright. That bomb was actually a huge help. Beautiful. Got the headshot. This is a dangerous game that I'm playing. That combo right there is a big part of the current Wiper kit that we're going to lose with the Wiper Deco. What I did was I threw the torpedo and then immediately put in a charge shot. And that meant that they had to dodge the torpedo or they were going to die. And there isn't that kind of pressure on the Wiper Deco, at least not as frequently. Because you're going to have missile combos. I thought there was a way up on this map, but apparently not. Or on this mode, I should say. Because I know it's there on... Oh my god, I can't believe that just hits the tower. Okay. Whoops, whoops. Nobody paid attention to that last hammer throw. But that lack of a torpedo, that lack of a damaging sub, I think is going to be one of the big things that brings the Wiper Deco back down to earth. JC popping off. Let's go. Is JC here? Okay, that doesn't melee hit. Oh, that missed. Ah, we lost JC. Big sad. Notice that up close, sometimes I'm actually going for the light hits to see if I can just finish it faster with the melee hitbox of the light hitbox instead of the light hit instead of having to stand there and charge. Because like charge takes this long, and that's 90 damage in almost the same amount of time. I'll have to do a side-by-side of that to see which one's technically faster. But if I get a double melee hitbox and they're already damaged, that's probably more consistent. Definitely a lot more difficult to react to. Double backline Luna. Not what they were probably hoping for here. I probably should have been in there with my teammate. I'm playing too much into my, like, K-shot instincts of, like, farm for special first, go in after. Not the way I wanted to do that. Okay, so we're gonna lose first check. We just need to play for the left side. It makes the special better. I don't like how visually deceptive the hammer is now, though. Like, you definitely get hit before it looks like you should get hit because of the way that the weapon splashes and has those AoE hitboxes now. It's just like a random arbitrary distance, a random arbitrary range that you have to get used to in order to be able to avoid it. Because it just really doesn't forecast where it's actually going to hit super well. That's not to say that there's, like, no counterplay. You just, you know, have to get used to it and figure out how far away you need to stay from it. But also, you shouldn't have to need to get used to it. It's just gonna, like, feel unfair until you do get used to it. Did not want to drop off while I was throwing that. Not put me in a great position. Oh my god. Why did they throw it in that particular corner? Did they know? Did they know I was gonna go there? Crazy. I probably shouldn't have rolled the torpedo. I actually probably wanted that to lock on. And the other wiper has the same exact idea you do. I keep falling off of stuff when I don't want to. I'm throwing the hammer. And that's one challenge of the weapon, that its kill time just kind of sucks. You get run at by something with a better kill time than you have, you just kind of lose. Ooh, am I dead? Nope, I'm not dead. Now I'm dead. Question is how many I take out first. 0 is the answer to that question. That sucks. I'm taking this. It's mine now. Oh, I guess. No, I don't know why I backed into that. I don't know why I thought that that was the safe place to go. No, that didn't help. I thought I only needed a couple more hits because I figured they were in the middle of the torpedo. Maybe I missed them. So it didn't look like they had a lot of ink on them anyway. Okay, we need to get on tower. Ah, crap, I can't get in to help them yet. Yeah, when I died, I was basically out of play for the rest of the game. Hi, Vevev. Let's see. We've still got 20 minutes. We'll keep going here. Man, they had 17 deaths. They're playing Wiper better than I am. Like, you can see there, this one only took 12 damage, but 12 damage makes it so the double melee hit combos. So, you get into, like, a close range situation, I feel like it's often worth it to go for that. Oh, it also combos with a single charge slash. So. Do you think Rapid Deco is good? I think it's mediocre. It's my unfortunate feeling on it. Like, I'm sure that people will find some kind of use for it in at least, like, high-level play. I don't know that it's worth, like, dropping everything to learn. I think it's more of, like, if you already want to play Rapid Deco, if that's, like, your main weapon that you're best with, then this is a kit that lets you do that now. I need to take my time and line my shots up more, especially now that I'm not running Ninja Squid. Because as soon as I reveal myself, I don't have time to do that anymore. Okay, can we deal with the clash that's been underneath us the whole time? Seems like it would be a pretty easy pick at some point here. There's them. There's another one. All right. It may seem like overkill, but I am keeping the Tri-Stringer from stopping the tower during all of that time. Now, dying afterward, maybe not the best part of that whole plan, but I should probably be leading with the torpedo there. And that's going to be a problem with the Wiper Deco. That, like, in those kinds of situations, like, it's kind of just going to walk around the corner. I guess what you're actually going to do with that weapon is you're going to put down the beacon and use the beacon to scout out for players before you drop anywhere. Kind of like how the tent does now. Please go away. Thank you. Oh. I couldn't tell what orientation I was going to land relative to the tower there. I didn't know if I was just going to, like, run myself into it. So I didn't aim it exactly where I probably should have. Alright. Ended up getting it. I guess I didn't pay enough attention to the inkjet early on. I think if I had been watching that sooner, I would have realized that it was going to push everyone over to the right and known to expect everyone there. Do I even splat this faster? I don't think I do from there. There we go. Walking around like I'm playing a little gator game. Just light attacking everything. GG Kitorowala? Kitorowala? Good job, E-Leader player. Splatoon at home. I see. It's gonna be Crayola Scoot, you're saying? Half expected this to be Tears of the Kingdom again. That would make sense. I would be practicing Sword. Oh, why did they give us this comp? I'm gonna have to play like a Rapid. To some degree here. Because if I go in, there's not a lot of follow-up. I need to keep myself in the range that the Rapid wants to play from. This weapon isn't actually great at poking people off tower, it feels like. Like with a shooter, you have a little bit of an arc from fall off that you can actually use to hit angles of the tower that aren't reachable at line of sight. It's not that bad, because you can angle it up pretty well, but... What? Ah, ballpoint. Okay. Nice. Ah, too early. Okay, was nobody else looking at that at all? Man. Thought they had line of sight on that. That was a bad decision on my part. I thought I could get a greedy charge slash in, but they were just looking at me the whole time. Put you down. Oh no. Stop that. Well. And this is happening because of the comp that we have, because we can't push up. So we are definitely not trying to play with that one again. I think we still came out positive on that. That's nuts. Well, the ticket ended, so we don't have to worry about getting that same team again. Wait a minute. The other rotations got better. We're gonna go with this one. And this will be the last one before we have our lesson with Ari. Hey, stop that. Stop the... Hit them. I don't know if it's Octo RE. I think it... Because there are actually 2 REs that I have given lessons to. I'm trying to remember that, like... Because they'll have their Discord username, their Metafy username, their in-game tag, that like, and they're all different slightly. And so trying to keep them all apart confuses me sometimes. Help, my Pepsi bubblegum combo is wounding me. How do you anticipate me helping you? Explain this. Like, you are the single person on Earth who has the most agency over this situation. There is nobody who can help you better than you can help yourself right now. And you ask me for help. Now, what might be the purpose of having this conversation? Oh my god, how many squids does it take to splat a wiper? Too many. Ah, I missed. Somebody on Twitter today was talking about how, well, a Splatana wiper doesn't have shooter mobility. And I'm like, huh? It has better mobility than most shooters. Shooter can paint a dot at its feet in very little time. Splatana wiper can paint a whole line at its feet in very little time. Like, maybe it takes slightly longer for it to get started, but we're talking a few frames, and then it doesn't have to do it again. And it's also a lightweight, which is not what a splatter shot is. Ah, a little bit too high. Can I follow up on this at all? Let's find out. Oh, hello. The best guide you're going to get on how to use Kraken is watching a top-level player use Kraken. Go and watch, like, Melon. He's been playing a lot of 96 Deco. Melon is literally the best player on Earth. I don't know. I actually usually argue that's Niagara, but he's the only other argument for the best player on Earth. Rotate over to this side. Is there someone here? Oh, they're attacking from further away than I thought. Well, this is not what I wanted. Ah. It's interesting how poor this weapon actually is at fighting Hammer. Because the way you fight Hammer is you kill it quickly, or you, like, I mean, I guess you can try to get out of the way, but being able to kill it quickly is kind of at least a threat that you need to be able to have. There we go. Like, look, if the Pepsi bubblegum combo is a problem for you, you know what you can do as a human being who, you know, is capable of deciding things? You can spit it out. I can't spit it out for you. Why are you asking me for help? This is entirely self-inflicted. Yeah, we lose. Alright. I'm going to go take a quick break before the lesson starts. Go use the restroom and also probably grab some food. So I will be back shortly. In the meantime, though, I have some special guests for you. And they're all cats. Thank you, cat friends. I'm slightly behind here with Ari. Okay, it is Octoari. There we are. Hey there, gamer.
Oh.
Just checking in with audio levels. Looks like we're good. Okay. I'm going to go and pull up the link. Pulled it up in the wrong place, like it always does.
Okay. How are you doing today, Jem?
I'm doing okay. Hope you are too.
Pretty good.
There's that for you. And now, I'm going to do this to this. Okay. Got it on the right screen. Should have all the right things active. All right. Hello there, Sammy Kid. Please try not to spam the chats now, because now the last 6 messages that have shown up on screen have all been you. All right. Is there? Is this a team VOD review here? Oh no, it looks like you're playing solo.
No, this is a solo queue. Attempting to rank up into S plus for the unteamed time.
Okay. Doing this on Splash. Okay. Cool. So let's see what it gives us. Not too bad, not too bad. Not the most aggressive team comp. But I mean, they have E-Leader plus heavy, so probably prefer that. You're going to have to be really careful about sightlines from the backline weapons. And you have to think about terrain a little bit differently when you're fighting a clash, so that you're not getting hit like around blind corners, over ledges, things like that. Like a lot of things that would normally give you cover just won't. So that has to factor into the way that you approach those. I think this is a situation that lends you really well towards playing more around Crab, because when you can get in and do aggressive things, it's going to work really well. You're going to be able to like flank the heavy and the leader, but there are a lot of angles that are not going to be safe for you to push. So you've got to really pick your opportunities carefully. Oh, I didn't realize how zoomed in that was. Whoops.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. That should be better. Thank you for the membership, JC. Appreciate you. So, nothing super out of the ordinary here so far. We're just kind of poking around, trying to figure out where people are and what to do next. be careful about using burst bombs to paint. It's really good for painting walls, because it'll paint the wall very thoroughly in a very short amount of time. But painting the ground is going to be more efficient using the main weapon, just in terms of how much ink you spend. And if you hold it down for just a little bit longer, you're going to get a very significant amount of paint more than you will get by throwing the burst bomb. So generally, unless you're like trying to swim in really quickly and just like chuck a bomb some random place to get the extra special charge without spending that much time, you're probably better off just using your main weapon to paint. Okay, good job avoiding death.
I have been working on that.
In this position here, yes, you can get over faster by jumping across, but I would definitely paint the underside of the ledge here, just because it's going to be valuable to be able to swim through. It's going to be valuable to be able to make sure you can jump from without, you know, accidentally bumping a small speck of green ink or something. And it's also going to make it clear if an opponent is trying to flank using that route. So an extra second here spent putting like 3 dots of paint at your feet, I think is valuable there. The safe way to get out of that position is not to back up, because they will still have range on you if you back up this way. The safe way is to put this corner in between you and them, and then if they decide to push it, they have to push into your range, or you can jump out. Especially since you ran out of ink. Yeah, there they end up being able to chase you.
Yeah.
So, some wild things happen in mid, where we've got a flanking heavy that has to come back to the tower because it's being pushed by your team while the heavy is in your court. And we're back to neutral again. I would definitely be putting paint on the ground. You're one of the best painting weapons on any team comp you're ever going to get put into. So, if you're not putting paint on the ground, nobody else is going to put paint on the ground any better. Better to have your general habit to put a little bit more paint down, even if from a safe position, when you don't know what else to be doing and you're trying to collect information. Because sharking around right now when you don't know where anybody is and you're gradually losing paint control is only going to give the enemy team more time to push up.
Okay.
I also would want you turning your camera to look at the action a little bit sooner than this. But also, remember that when you throw a burst bomb, that's going to reveal your position, and you were standing right on top of a teammate, so it's going to get people to shoot at both you and that teammate.
Right.
It feels a little bit of, like, I'm not sure shuffle right now. We're throwing, like, a lot of burst bombs into a bunch of different places. We're firing a bunch of shots. We're turning the camera around a lot. I would just encourage you to, like, sit still, look at the map for a second, figure out what's going on, come up with a plan, execute that plan, instead of having the plan constantly be readjusting and you having to, like, just waiting move, I'm going to throw this out there. Waiting move, I'm going to move over here. Waiting move, I'm going to paint this one random thing. We're not putting a lot of paint down on the ground while any of this is happening. Maybe one other way to phrase that is, I want your plan to be to just deliberately put a lot of paint on the map more often than it is right now. Like, you got a teammate up here and your court is still painted green. If you paint this and start to take control of this back, you'll feel more comfortable moving up into mid to, get involved with what the teammate is admittedly probably shouldn't be trying to do right now, but, like, if you get paint down there, you're going to feel less uncertain about going in there. You're going to feel less unsafe going in there. and you're going to have a better idea of what's safe to do, what's not safe to do, what you should be doing. But from here, I think you're getting intimidated by how much green ink there is, thinking like, oh, they must have control of that right now. And a lot of the time, they don't. A lot of the time, you can just go and paint that and reclaim it for yourself, and there's nothing they're going to do to stop you. And that also means you get crab tanks faster. Yeah, I think what I'm seeing here is this is a Dapples player who is trying to play Splash. You're doing a lot of sharking. You're doing a lot of sharking. You're doing a lot of poking with sub-weapons, but not actually painting an area. This is a weapon that really wants to be painting. This is a weapon that gets control not by sneaking up on someone, but by locking in territory that's already under their control so that it's easier for their team to move up and harder for the other team to move up. It's a more deliberate, like front or back to front focused mentality than something like a Dapples, which is going to try and shark around a corner, hide in a place, and jump out at you. You don't have quite the same kill time, and you don't have quite the same ability to just face an opponent down head on, because you can't dodge around and make them miss. You don't have a gap clear option across enemy ink. So I think what's happening is, like, you're used to, number one, not being as scared of enemy ink as you have to be now, and number two, you're used to not having to paint as much of enemy ink over as you have to now. So that's something that you'll have to adjust to get used to this weapon as opposed to what you typically main.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, hello, Zelda Zora. So we're a player down, and unfortunately that player is one of our frontliners. We've lost another player on the on the left. I think the primary concern right now should probably be the tower. Even if you're at a numbers disadvantage, if you make it impossible for them to get back up on the tower here, they don't get to keep scoring, and your teammate respawns, and then we're back in business. But like that burst bomb right there, all that did was say, "Hi, I'm right here. Don't push this angle, or I'll be sad." Because it's a 1v4 right now. So you can't even say, don't push this or I'll shoot you. It's just don't push this or I'll be scared and run away. Something that FLC talked about a while ago that has stuck with me is he talked about the idea of poking. Like, people used to talk a lot more about using a weapon to poke. And FLC argues poking is 100% useless. You are either forcing someone to back up through kill threat, or you are just doing damage that is going to be healed in the next second with no follow-up, and you'll have wasted half your ink tank doing so. I think a lot of the burst bomb throws here are just poking. You're not getting anywhere near as much paint as you would be if you were using the main weapon. There's no kill threat that you're trying to apply, because you're never throwing two burst bombs at the same spot. And you're not throwing burst bombs at people who are being attacked by your teammates. So they're not as likely to be as effective, because we're not targeting one player and trying to actually make them dead. And we're not throwing them with the intent to bluff that we're going to try to make them dead either. So even if we tag someone, it doesn't feel like that's going to have much of an impact. Oops. I pressed the L button on my Switch Pro controller instead of clicking to unpause. Like, this position back here, you're out of play. We're playing, again, to try and shark in a position where we really need some paint. Now, we know that there's someone underneath this ledge, and we have to be careful about that. But being this far back is just denying yourself vision of where they are, and letting them push the tower. We've got to find a way around that player and to then dislodge that player and get them out of position and then to get to the tower. Because otherwise, they're just going to be able to score and there's not a lot we're going to do about it. Throwing burst bombs is not the plan, at least from this position, because you can't possibly hit them. What you could maybe do is stealth swim over here, get into this kind of a position right here. You can see my mouse, right? Can you see my mouse?
Yes.
I heard
I
the S sound at the end of the word yes,
hear me?
so we're good. It cut out for a good minute there. Anyway, you could like stealth swim over here and then see if they keep firing shots and fire at them as soon as they're looking at the wrong place. That would be an idea. You could stealth swim over to the left-hand side and see if you can get a similar angle on them that way. Or just try and bypass them and get to the tower if an opportunity presents itself. Or you could be painting up plat to try and get a crab, pop that crab from right here where they're not going to be able to damage you because their weapon's too short range, and maybe try and pick someone that way. But right now we're doing nothing. We're not painting. We're not threatening anybody. We're not trying to get special. We're kind of just waiting in a position where we have even numbers and we don't necessarily have to wait. And so we're having less of an impact for it. There, I like that idea to paint right there. I wanted that to happen significantly earlier. When you're going to go up into a crab tank position, it's probably best to pop the crab as soon as you get up there. Because if they notice that there are people up there, if they have time to notice that, then they're more likely to be ready for the crab tank to be popped. But if the crab tank gets popped and they haven't even looked up there yet, and then all of a sudden they get hit with the crab combo, you're more likely to get picks. Also, you happen to go up into a position where there was already a teammate who was firing shots and drawing attention. And so you're only going to draw more attention. And also, if you pop crab right behind someone, all they have to do is throw a bomb at the front of your crab tank and it'll splat your teammate. So best to avoid those kinds of positions, both for the sake of having separate angles that you're taking with your other backliners, because you are a backliner when you're playing crab, and also just to keep your teammates safe.
I didn't know that about enemy bombs thrown at the front detonating.
It's just like a splash wall, yeah. They'll just blow up instantly. People used to do that all the time against Bubble Blower and in Splatoon 2, where they'd try to launch in, but then if they'd run too far ahead of the bubbles, you can just pop a bomb off the bubble and get a teammate off, or even sometimes get the player who used the bubbles because they stepped too far forward. That right there was a great example of a poking burst bomb. That was a burst bomb that did not have kill threat behind it. If you're going to try and go after this player, you want to make him dead. If you're not going to make him dead, then you're spending too much time over here while the tower is over here potentially pushing. Another common thing for Splash players is to over-rely on the burst bomb in close-range combat. Let me go back to the game real quick to show excuse me. I'm sorry. An aspect of the weapon. And this is something that I have definitely done wrong in the past, too. So, look at the kill time for this. I'm going to throw a burst bomb and then fire shots. And I'm going to be buffering the ZR input as soon as the burst bomb comes out, so that it's coming out as fast as it can. So there was that. Now look at what it is when I just hold ZR.
Okay.
You can see how there's some lag time in between the burst bomb going out and the shots getting fired. The kill time's faster if you just use the main weapon. So...
Oh.
A burst bomb is good if... huh?
I didn't realize that. I thought was it felt to me similar to how the Splatana burst bombs combo works. At least,
No, because this is a weapon with a much faster fire rate than the Splatana wiper has.
Okay.
So the burst bomb is good if, like, because from here I'm not going to hit anything with the main weapon, right? But if I tag them with a burst bomb and then get in range, then I only have to fire 2 shots, and that will make it faster. But if I'm already in range, I want to use the main weapon instead. And just get all of my shots that way. Even if I miss a couple, still probably faster. The burst bomb can be good if, like, you really desperately need to paint their feet or something before you take the engagement, but if you're already on top of them, it's time to just be doing DPS. So, switching back over and taking a bite of sandwich. I have a sandwich. Oh.
Is it a good sandwich?
It's an alright sandwich. This is the last bagel out of the bag, and it's the tiniest bit stale, but it's still edible.
Oh.
Okay, so team is starting to move in. What we want to do in a position like this is recognize how close we are to crab, because that will determine how we want to play this. If we're not close to crab, then we just want to play aggressively, because we're going to give more value to the team that way. If we are close to crab, though, we want to be moving ourselves preemptively, you know, before we get to this decision point in their court, to a place where we're going to want to crab from. So, probably a place that's going to protect the tower as it tries to go through the first checkpoint. It's probably where I'd try to set up. Maybe up here. And maybe in mid. Mid is also a pretty good place to do it because you can see all of their plat. And you want to be, like, heading there before you get to that place. You want to be, like, already on your way instead of being like, oh, wait, I just got crab. I should back up and use crab. Because now you die to a bomb and you don't have crab. These bombs are, hi, I'm over here, burst bombs. Hi, E-Leader player. My teammate is jumping to me right now. You should look in this direction. Fortunately, they end up going down there, but...
In my head, I was like, don't come this way. There's bombs. I can throw bombs at you.
Look at me, I'm scary. The E-Leader's scarier at that range, I'm sorry. That was definitely a risky push right there, because the E-Leader clearly had charge and was aiming at that spot. There will come a time where an E-Leader will just reflexively see movement and be like, oh, shoot! And they will get you there. They ended up getting you... Cat, this is my sandwich, not yours. Out of the lap. I see why you came here. You're just using me for my food. Which is probably the nature of our relationship anyway, but... Not so nakedly here. Anyway. So yeah, getting on tower crossing mid like that, both very unsafe things to do when an A leader has broadcasted that they're already watching that position and have charge.
Yeah, that was me getting hopeful that they weren't going to be there, but they were there. My dreams were broken that day.
So, we get to here, and, you know, bombs go off and there's stuff over here. If we're going to paint this, just start right now, go right to left, paint it thoroughly, and then back up. Or maybe push in if nobody tries to contest that space. We're leaving a lot of this green ink here, which opens the door for, here we now see the blaster moving into position. They couldn't move forward and do this if you had painted this. You do probably win that DPS war if you've got your aim on. Just didn't happen to have the aim on in that case, but we don't want them to get into that sort of position regardless. Like, and if we paint, we can keep them out. We want to be really careful because Azuka just got popped. Where's that getting shot from? Okay, it's getting shot from here. So if we just drop recklessly onto plat here, you know, they have line of sight, right? That shot landed right here. They can see us. We don't want to just, like, put ourselves in a position where it could hit us. We end up tagging that player and then not being able to track them down super well. I think there's a sprinkler here that makes it a little bit more difficult to see, but we're kind of a little bit jittery on the camera, I think. If as we're moving, we're turning the camera a little bit more smoothly, I think we have a little bit easier of a time of seeing them, but main thing there is just mechanical, is finding the aim. And that's gonna be game. So here are my big bullet points. The Splash is significantly more of a support weapon than what you've played before. You're going to need to paint more. And when you paint, you need to decide deliberately, I am in painting mode. I am going, you know, I know I have X number of seconds that I can safely use without getting shot at. And I'm going to take those seconds to fill this area with paint as efficiently as I can. I'm going to switch back over at this point. So, like, what we're doing a lot here is we're here, you know, and we're playing neutral against the enemy team, and we're just like... Okay, look at how much paint is on the ground there. Now, look at what happens instead if I do this. This looks so much more comfy, right? This is so much better to work with for both you and your team. And if you do that from a safe position, now this becomes a safe position. And we can start kind of looking to do the same thing. At some point, you're going to run into the enemy team. But until you do, this sort of thing is going to get you a crab tank really fast. And now when there's an opponent over there, I have this ready to go for it. So the pace of play is just getting really slowed down by the fact that we are approaching, you know, the area that's not safe, and then just going into poke with burst bombs mode, even when we don't see anybody. If we don't see anybody, if there's no threat, just get it filled in. Especially if, like, you've just won a team fight or something. Because failing to fill that in quickly, especially when you get put in solo queue team comps that won't allow a lot of paint for you, being slow to do that is going to also make it slow for your teammates, your more aggressive teammates, to be able to push up. And it's going to reduce your crab output as well, which reduces your ability to facilitate their pushes. So that's one big thing. Another one we talked about was learning to, you know, assess range and figure out, okay, from here I can actually use main weapon, so I'm just going to fight with main weapon. versus when you're actually trying to poke at them with burst bombs. Because burst bombs are still good, right? Like, you're getting some value out of those burst bombs. It's just you're getting less value than you would if you painted and then, you know, threw burst bombs. Now that you've taken the time painting to assess the situation, see where people are, and start moving up with full knowledge of what the game plan should be. Would you think it would help to see me play a match of Splash? Hacklefish is actually on here. Like, it was Clams, right? No, it was Tower, but
Yeah.
it is still Hacklefish. So, if you'd like, I can do that. If there's other questions you have, or if there's something else you would find value in, you know, we've got 25 minutes. We got plenty of time.
I am perfectly fine watching you play a match or two or however many
Okay.
of Splash, because I think I've only been using the weapon for maybe 2 weeks, so I could
Okay.
use any pointers.
Yeah, I'll talk about when I'm moving up, what information I am seeing, when I'm using burst bombs, and hopefully that'll start giving you some more ideas. In before we end up on Eel Tail, though, so it's not the same map. Munch, munch, munch.
It feels so much fun, though.
Are you still playing for Monsters, Inc.?
We played in the last low ink. It was a rough low ink, but we're still working on growing.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you keep at it, and things will definitely get better over time. Alright. Similar situation, actually. Another double backline comp. So notice how on the way out, I'm using this painting pattern, this like left-right thing. On some weapons, you want to be doing the like up-down motion. This weapon doesn't really need to, and so you're actually going to get better paint coverage by just going right-left. I cannot believe they're alive. I thought I hit them with so much more damage. So there, I'm poking at them to hopefully get the last extra chip of damage. Oh my god, why? How am I missing these shots? That jet should have been dead like 3 times over. And then I should have been able to get the ballpoint from behind at that point. There, I threw the burst because I was out of range to be able to hit them with the main weapon, and I was hoping it would paint their feet long enough for them to not be able to push. That was a bad decision to push forward. It was a machine. I knew it outranged me, and I still walked into a position where it had range on me. So don't copy that part. I'm just getting a little bit of extra paint filled in there for special. And notice how I'm, like, picking a spot that is really homogeneously painted by the enemy team. And just picking a square or a rectangle that I can put down on the map that will cover that spot efficiently without wasting any extra time. Painting patterns are really important for high paint weapons. Oh no, we didn't get any shots on them. Goodness. I need to focus a little bit. So I'm throwing this to try and keep them from moving any further forward. But then also notice that after I throw burst bombs, I'm moving. Because throwing the burst bomb, like we've mentioned, is giving my position away. Okay. I at least bought enough time for my teammate to follow up and get the ballpoint. I'm happy that they went after that fight, even though the ballpoint ended up catching me in time. A little bit of paint. I probably should have moved forward a little bit faster there, but we'll still be able to help out here. This is probably not the best grab tank. I probably could have just won this with my main weapon and saved it. Oh no. There, that was all main weapon. Because they're up close to me, and I know I have time. And if I throw the burst bomb, then that extra time that I'm wasting might be time that they spend splatting me. Now this is a strong crab position. Unfortunately, I definitely could have gotten a pick, I think, an extra one off of that, but... And now we're just gonna keep paint on the ground until we get forced out. I'm using that to poke at the Jet Squelcher because I can't hit them with my main weapon. Notice how I'm painting up so that I have a escape route, so that I know it's safer to move forward because I have a way back if I need it. Okay, so that'll force them all over to the right-hand side. And there's an inkjet in the air. Oh, no. I was expecting that we were going to be looking for that. We got two. We got two. It's good. This is unfortunate. At least I got the trade, but landing and immediately having your feet painted is not super good. The beacons are really helpful here. That lets us get back in without losing too much map position. Oh. It was bad on me for getting clipped by the fizzy bomb, but... Oh no, there's someone in our base. So this way is to try and warn people that there's a flanker. I did end up being able to stop it myself, which is good. We're just going to back up because we're down a player or two. Might be able to crab from here. That player's stuck, so they're going to go down. We don't have a clam made, do we? We just lose. Okay, well, that wasn't the greatest in terms of the macro gameplay. Like, our pushes were pretty dreadful. But, the way that I'm approaching enemy territory is something that I want you to be looking at there. It's the fact that I'm painting as I go, and that gets me to special faster, and then I'm using that special to try and snowball our pushes. The fact that I am still sharking occasionally, like I had that play where I got in behind the ballpoint in their teammate. So like that sort of thing can still work, but I'm making sure to weigh those opportunities against the opportunity cost of not painting the map. And so when I don't have like a really obvious easy flank route, I'm not just going to sit there and wait for the flank or the shark to come to me. I'm going to put paint on the ground to try and create an opportunity in the future to be able to make an aggressive play or do something else.
Okay.
Should I booyah cancel the this way or let it ring out? Well, this is a question from Pickle That Drums about the situation where I this wayed to get my teammates to look back at the flanker. They said, if I call out someone flanking with this way, then I splat them. Should I booyah to cancel the this way or let it ring out? Definitely booyah. Let them know that, like, okay, it's taken care of over here. Because if the this way is still there, they're going to think that they need to come this way or need to look this way. And that is an active danger for them to look the opposite direction if someone's shooting at them from the front. GG L Hut. Okay. So, is there other stuff that you would like to talk about? Do you want to play with me? Do you want to watch me play more? We have a bunch of different options here. You even have like another weapon you want to ask questions about or something like that. You know, we can do that.
Well, I don't mind playing a couple matches. To try to put into practice what you were saying about being more efficient with the painting and.
Sounds good. You, I believe, have me added already, so I don't think we need to create a pool. So here is the pass, and you should be able to join.
All right.
I'll say thank you to the good boys for guarding the password.
Oh.
So 3 is asking.
One question I do have regarding. Sorry. A question I do have in regards to double crab. It's better to wait for the first crab to finish before the second crab sets up, right?
A lot of the time, because what happens if both splashes are crabbing is that's 2 frontline weapons that are now not frontlining. So you don't have anyone to push in with the crab. That's the main thing. You need someone pushing in with the crab. In this comp, it's honestly probably fine if we pop 2 at the same time, because we'll still have 2 people pushing up with it.
Okay. On the right.
We're 1 down.
Down
Bottom
to
right? Oh, that was... Okay. Comms when you're not with the entire team in the voice call, only some of them, is really weird. Because, like, calling we're 1 down might be, like, the most useless thing to say. In fact, counterproductive. Because you're just highlighting that your teammate died and nobody else can hear you.
I'm almost a crab. I'm gonna
Okay.
crab on their bridge if I can get up there. I'm dead. Jet sucking. Backing.
They suck. They're bad.
Oh no. Thought I gets a good roll. It didn't work.
I don't know that I can help too much with this crab. There's a lot of players in the way. Yeah.
Nice job, teammate.
Okay, we got 1 down. Slight advantage. I did. No. I was trying to shark. And then teammate grabbed a power clam and ran up with me.
Oh no. The machine, Splash has a ball.
Nice. That's 3 down. Just the jet. We're gonna score here. I said we're gonna score here. Nah. Tried to live with crab.
No.
So there, we didn't really have full control of the enemy basket yet. So probably better in that situation to see if you can win a fight or just back up once that goes in. Just because you are going to be outnumbered. There's someone at our basket.
The sploosh.
I'll watch what's coming from in front in the meantime. Someone trying to come around the right side. When you look back at this later, the pick I just got on the jet was a really good example of how you might be able to potentially use the burst bomb to paint their feet. Because it stopped them from retreating in a more efficient way than shooting would have.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
We're not really going to score anything more than that. I would back off from that.
The sploosh is pushing right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sploosh down. Is the other clam down? Where's the machine?
It's just
Machine
machine.
left. Crabbing. Still one in front of me. Two in front of me. There we go.
Oh, I should have thrown the power climb first.
Go. Yeah, that's usually the best policy. I didn't do that myself. So, you can blame it on me for being a bad example.
Right, we just need 4 more clans. Go teammate, go! Go teammate, go!
Nice.
Nice!
Three was asking a question earlier, though. Can I send you a replay link from this season? You'll get it next, or will it expire? The next season comes out on June 1st. So it depends on when a lesson between the two of us would happen.
You could try, if you have the ability, you could try recording it and then submitting that replay to.
I hit stop, by
to
the way.
Gem in the new season. Oh, you.
Quick thing about painting patterns, so you can go back and look at the projection again, so you can see. Oh wait, I'm not projecting my screen. I am projecting the recording from before. So I need to fix that. Boink. And
Okay, I've been watching your stream.
there. All right.
It's been all right.
So now you should be good on the Discord stream. So
All right.
with most short-range shooters, like take the splatter shot for instance, if I just paint like this, it's very spotty, right? And so what you tend to want to do is you paint lines like this, and then you turn and paint lines like this, and then you turn and paint lines like this, and you just turn. You make sure that as you're walking forward, you're putting yourself at the edge of the ink, so that you can get a clean rectangle off in the next spot that you reach. So you do kind of like this to move forward. And what you're basically just doing is creating a rectangle. So you're starting here, and then line, 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 line. And every line you're going up to down, so that it fills in all the way and it's not spotty. But the splash has a fast enough fire rate and big enough splotches that you've got to align really, really quickly. You don't have to do a lot of up-down to make that happen. And so it's often faster to actually just do this sort of thing, because almost that whole thing is going to fill in. And this is definitely, you know, on any of the weapons, the fastest way that you're going to get special, because you're more likely to paint a speck of ground that hasn't been painted yet. So that's your primary, like, special gathering technique. And because it fills in so quickly, it's often actually useful as just painting the map too for combat purposes. And so that's why you'll see me doing the right-left thing more often as the splash, and the up-down thing more often as the T-Tech. But, like, we'll just put some random paint out here. What you're generally trying to do is find, like, okay, here, let's imagine that anything that's not painted is enemy ink. Here, right here, I can do 2 lines of paint and cover that whole thing without any redundancy, without painting over something I've already painted. And so that becomes a higher priority thing for me to go for, because I get the most value for the least amount of actual time I spend painting. And it's those kinds of situations you want to look for. You don't want to have to worry about, like, this little speck of paint right here when you could be worrying about this kind of thing out here. all things being the same, all things being equally safe. And so learning that sort of priority is something that a support weapon wants to learn how to do. And I've got a video on painting patterns and use cases for each one that gets into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty in a more general sense. So if you're ever looking for that, you could look that up there. Bork.
All right.
Want to play one more?
I don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay.
Sure.
Lobby's back up.
Alright, I am entering the same password, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Do you do aim drills, by the way?
Yes. That be improving my mechanics of aim is one of the main reasons why a friend of mine recommended this weapon to me in the first place. And to be, it feels like my aim's improved, just it takes a while for me to warm up, if that makes sense.
Gotcha, yeah. In team practices, tournaments and stuff, like, it's definitely worth it to do that warm-up ahead of time. Like, a lot of teams like to play for like an hour before they actually go into the tournament, just so that they're warm on game one. Okay, we're one down, so we're going to try and be a little careful here. We got one back.
First one in mid.
Well, we lost another one too. I'm just going to crab, buy some time. Okay, got one. They just ran at me. I don't know why they went for that. That's 3 down.
I'm down to the dualies. They have a ball behind you, Jem.
Something's lagging badly. They just kind of stood there. Down to the brush. We didn't move up very quickly once we got everybody there. We had an opportunity, but by the time everyone got up there, the enemy team had already respawned and gotten a bunch of paint, so... Okay.
I traded dualies.
Yep. The brush just got scared and ran away.
The brush.
Yep. I'm just gonna get out of here. Right now I'm tossing some burst bombs because it's not safe for me to be in the line of sight of the crab, but I'm trying to paint so that they don't have paint at their feet to score these power clams. And there we ended up getting 2. There's a jumper here, and we got the jumper. Unfortunately, they got a trade back, but... There's a shark in mid somewhere. There they are. I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. Popping crab.
Looks like it's on the...
Yep. This isn't an ideal crab position because it's exposed to both sides, but...
Alright. I'll throw my clams, and then I'm gonna crab.
Awesome. Right now I'm strictly just painting to try and get a crab because I'm up on the glass, and this is a great place to be able to use it if I can. So, crabbing.
For it.
Got 2.
Nice.
Third one there. Nice. Last one's very weak. Oh my goodness, they're on the switch. Got him. Alright. Oh boy. Got another one. I'm probably gonna go down now.
Rush got it.
Ooh, we're 2 down.
I'm down to
This
Rush.
is not a good jump.
they were very ready for you.
Okay, they're trying to flank right. I'll stop the right flank. There's someone else who's jumping here, which is an interesting plan, given that I just killed someone there.
Rush.
Rush is weak. Nice. Alright.
I almost crab.
Thought I had enough shots, but apparently the burst bomb didn't do it. I don't even know if I hit it, now that I think about it.
Yeah, do that. They have the juice ready to go.
What are you doing there? Okay. Talking to the opponent, not to you. Hammer's coming right. Oh! We've got someone making our own sneaky play here.
T-Tex down.
They got stopped.
Right. I've got crab.
Alright.
I'm gonna crab focus on the
I'll try and
rush,
keep
I
them on the right side for you. There we go, that's 2. Last one got me on my ouch.
think. I have 7. Ah, so close.
Mhm. Alright, I got one. It was a little bit sloppy. I'm down. Our teammate's just trying to push in and score, so... Okay, there we go. All they really need to do is score a single clam and then we win. Alright, there it is. That was definitely a team... Like, our teammates were not super familiar with competitive play, in the sense that when we got advantages, they weren't pushing. When we needed to be on defense, they weren't backing up. Like, they weren't very aware of the game state. So, getting follow-up on some of our plays was challenging, but we were doing a good job, at least between the two of us, of figuring out what to do and following up.
Yay! I've learned something.
Rawr, 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 rawr.
Yeah, those are my beagles. They know it's dinner time for them, so
Making Chewbacca noises because they're hungry.
yeah.
Well,
thank you so much, Jim, as always.
Absolutely. I'm eating a sandwich, Sicarius, to answer your question. So, thank you, Ari, and good luck with your Monsters Inking. And let me know if you've ever got any questions. I'm happy to answer.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. And say good evening to your beagles too.
I will.
From me and from
They
chat.
know they're. They know they're being recorded.
All
Alright.
right.
Thank you.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Jem, I've got a query. What is your query? Isn't Shell a beagle, Jamie? Or part beagle or something? She definitely looks like it. Is it worth it to book a session with you, female team or EU? Would the lag be bad? Well, no. I mean, if we're trying to play together, the lag might be a little annoying, but it's not going to be terrible. It's not like you're on the opposite end of the world. You're like a quarter of the way around the world. So there will be lag, but it won't be as bad as it could be. But also, we don't have to necessarily play together. Like, we'd probably just be spending most of our time on a Discord call talking about a recording that you're seeing over Discord. That's not going to be impacted negatively by, like, latency. It's just going to mean it takes a few more fractions of a second for video to reach you when I send it through Discord. Typically, like, playing with the team is something I only do after spending a good amount of time VOD reviewing and figuring out what I want their goals to be. Olivia says, a lot of my teammates don't like to push, and I don't know, it just scrolled up, don't know how to handle that too well. So are we talking about a coordinated team environment, or are we talking about solo queue? Because my answer is going to be a bit different depending on those two things. Need to send pictures of my doggos? Yeah. Please get them up on our slideshow so that they can join our friend Business here. This dog's name is Business. This is Chucky. They could be famous. They could be right up there. The angle I have to point at is very weird. But they could be right up there. They could be famous. They clearly want to be internet famous in the Squid School. Exactly. Another query you asked earlier. Gotcha. Generally solo. Solo's a little bit tricky. You can this way. You want to be really careful about this weighing, though. What happens a lot to, like, frontline weapons is they think, oh, I need help from my teammates right now, and so they this way. But their teammates are frustrated by that because their teammates are, respawning, so too far back to help, or they're engaged someplace else and you took a fight while there was already a fight going on. There's a lot of things that can happen to make it so that it's unreasonable to expect them to help you. And if you're this way pinging when they can't help you, that's a situation that often bugs people, that could even tilt people. So it's something to be really careful about. But otherwise, like, your only communication option is this weighing. So you kind of got to just, pick your battles. Also, if you make something happen right in front of a teammate, they're going to follow up and, know that that's going on. If you start something on the opposite corner of the map from a teammate, that's when you're not as likely to get as much help. Do you think weapons like Carbon Deco are underrated until they get a player like Volti that shows what they can do? And do you think there are weapons coming in Sizzle Season that fit this category? I think that's just I don't think that's even controversial. That, like, there are... In order for a weapon to be something that someone is comfortable devoting thousands of hours of their life to, they want to make sure that when they get to a certain level of comp, they're not just going to start falling off because they play that weapon. They want to make sure that they're not locking themselves into a playstyle that has an upper limit that's below where they're trying to get. And so seeing a player get results with a weapon at top level is very encouraging, because it tells you, hey, it's possible to get this weapon all the way up there, higher than I will probably ever reach. And so knowing that can bolster someone's confidence in being like, okay, yeah, I can just stick to this weapon. I can study the blade. I can learn this one thing, and I should be okay. It's not a matter of the weapon holding me back. I have no excuse. Someone else got up there. It's all on me to learn it. That's a very comforting thing, because having to wonder, am I just not playing well enough? Am I not improving enough? Or is it the weapon's fault? That's an uncomfortable spot to be. Carbon Deco, I mean, people have known that it can work because it worked in Splatoon 2. People probably didn't think it worked that well, because in Splatoon 2, it had the extra benefit of being a specifically good counter to armor. It was the fastest kill time through armor that any weapon could have, because it was a 2-shot damage that was really fast. And that gave it a niche in Splatoon 2 that doesn't exist in Splatoon 3. But the fact that people were still able to make it work, even though it's harder to shark, harder to flank, that's really encouraging. You know, that bumps it up on a lot of people's estimation. And it's super cool that, you know, this Carbon player was able to find such a good spot on Alliance Rogue. I'd only say this way if I created a safe spot for them to jump to me from. This way can also be useful if you need to draw their attention to something. Like, if you this way from behind someone, and they pay attention, that's going to get them to turn around and look. Now, you're not really going to be able to tell them what's going on, but if all you need is for them to turn around and look, and that if they see, they will figure it out, then this way can be really powerful. Also, if you're up in front and like they're 3 down or something and your teammates aren't following you in, that's a time to this way. Because then if they stay back, you're going to end up in like a 4v1 because the rest of the enemy team is going to get on top of you because they respawn and your team hasn't pushed up with you. So that would be another case for it. Is playing with haptic feedback useful? I generally think so, yes. I've always played with it. In Melee, I got used to playing without it, and I never wanted to really bother switching. But I acknowledged as I was doing that playing with Rumble is still probably just objectively better. You get information that you don't necessarily get from listening or looking. One more question to plague your weary mind. Do you think that better map design would make the meta more varied, and to what degree? Absolutely. I mean, I think by definition, because better map design would be map design that allows for a variety of strategies. Like if we're defining better in a reasonable way, I think we do arrive at you know, that sort of thing. So I think that's kind of circular. But better map design would open things up so that, for example, kiting is a valid strategy. Like, you could run dually squelchers on larger maps because you have corners to run away to draw people away from where they're trying to go. You wouldn't be able to clog up choke points as easily with things like a sloshing machine, and so there would be more counters to that strong meta weapon. It would really mix things up a lot. Like, I'm really interested to see if they ever do come around to putting Reef into the game, because I think we will see on Reef a very different metagame than we see in most of the maps in Splatoon 3 right now. Wish we had a lookout command. I agree. Like, I would love a be careful. Be careful would be excellent. And the other one that I want is play the objective. So whether that means get on the tower, you know, collect clams, or just throw clams, or score clams, or paint the zone. Just if it says play the objective, then I feel like that is a really helpful tool to have. Those are the two that I would add. And then honestly, I think it's pretty good. This way can be confusing, but I think its vagueness is valuable in that if you know what you're doing and you're careful about it, you can make it work in a variety of different ways. Like, you can use it as a context-dependent option to cover multiple different situations, whereas if it were more directly translated like it is in Japan to come on, like come forward, come with me, rally to me, then we would lose the ability to, for example, what would we lose if we were to not have it look that way? We would lose, I guess, the ability to make someone look that way, because we'd be telling them to come to us instead of just to look at us, I guess. That's kind of what we'd lose. Have you seen the Sony showcase game that looks like Splatoon's Foamstars? People have been talking about that in chat, and I'm going to check it out at some point, but I haven't seen anything about it. I guess I could do a reaction on stream. So React content is cheap and easy. Maybe we'll do that in a second. You think player psychology is discussed often? I mean, it's discussed, I'm sure, not often enough in, like, the popular content you're going to see. Among competitive players, absolutely. But I do think I definitely said a lot of things about mindsets that were not on, like, YouTube or other content before I said them. Like, there was a lot that I added to that discussion with my channel. I think that's one of my major contributions to the scene, honestly. Would you support MPU damage up coming back to the game? Absolutely not. MPU, sure, as long as there's no damage up. MPU was almost a great idea because it lets the developers, you know, in a late game state, look at where weapon balance is at and adjust weapons that are weaker by shoring up some of their weaknesses. But those weaknesses cannot be their time to kill or something. Like, if you're going to increase a weapon's damage, just increase the base weapon's damage. Buff it. Do not add this, like, gear dependency to it that just arbitrarily makes the weapon a better weapon. That was just really frustrating for everybody involved. I don't think that the weapon's damage should be touched. I think that weapon damage should be something that is left in the hands of the developers, not the hands of the players. And that they should work on getting it right in ways that we don't have control over. Do you think this game will get better overall maps before Splatoon 4 at the end of Splatoon 3's lifespan? I think what's probably going to happen is that occasionally we're going to get a good map back from Splatoon 2, and that is going to bolster the competitive map pool. It does not look like they're changing their perspective on map design anytime soon. Barnacle and Dime seems like the same old that we've been seeing. It does not look like they've learned anything from the competitive community complaining about it. It looks like that's just the philosophy they have, for better or for worse, for their stages. And so, you know, we'll evaluate every map as it comes, but I have a feeling that it's going to be mostly the Splatoon 2 maps that we really keep going back to in competitive play. Foamstars looks terrible, don't bother. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, even when Ninjala came out, I was just like, I did not care. I'll be honest, like, I knew that I wasn't going to end up playing it. I had no misgivings about that. Here. Let's pull it up. We'll watch the trailer. Thank you for the donation, Ari. Ari already paid me for the lesson. Like, that was a Metafile lesson. She is just giving me more money anyway. Main power up on Dapple Doolies. Infinite dodge rolls without Dooley roll lag. Such a great idea, Gem. You're putting words in my mouth a little bit there, not gonna lie, but... Thank you so much for the donation. Okay. Funny how the IGN launch of the trailer has more views than the PlayStation one, but we'll watch the PlayStation one. Alright. Let's see what they say. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Anyway. Okay, so they got a splatling.
Okay, it's a showtime!
It's a showtime! What is he saying? Ooh, very colorful. Ooh, double jumps off the bubbles. That looks fun. Tons of missiles. Oh, this was a big graphical downgrade. Granted, this is probably not the finished game or anything, but we went from all that pre-rendered cutscene goodness to this. The hit marker looks so Splatoon. So, is it that they surf on the foam? Instead of swimming? That's a Trizuka. Interesting. It looks like there's actually like verticality to the foam, that it like bubbles up over the top of it instead of you painting over it, so it can create like 3D structures. That's a lot more freedom. That also might be exploitable. Because, like, look at how high up that went. Right? That's basically covered. So that takes away some of the developer's ability to create verticality artificially by allowing the player's agency over it, which can be a good thing, or it can mean that the maps just end up all being flat because they're like, well, the players will probably make cover for themselves anyway. That's a bubble. That's a baller. That's an ink strike. That's a stingray.
Ready for the Foamstar party?
Not about that voice acting. Alrighty. Bath Vegas, I like it. Yeah, I mean, that was probably just like tech demo kind of map. I don't know if that's going to be an actual one. If the maps do all end up being flat and they're all just basically like an aesthetic rewrite, that's not great. That takes away a lot of the depth of the game. I don't know. Could be fun. It doesn't look like it has movement anywhere near what Splatoon has, though. That's what I play this game for. It's the movement, right? Like, I'm not trying to play like some soldier man who's, you know, he's never going to run anywhere. All of his movement is just like slowly moving left to right like this while peering over his gun. That's lame. It's a video game. Why do they have to have human constraints? Let them, you know, run fast or turn into squid or teleport or fly. Like, we have, you know, the idea of jetpacks. Those are cool. Like, let people traverse in interesting ways instead of tying everything to realism and taking away everything that makes a video game unique from just going outside and playing paintball. Lacking in theming. Yeah, what I'm seeing from this is what did they call it? PlayStation All-Stars. They're just like, well, Super Smash Bros. Exists. We can make a version of that. It won't be as big as Super Smash Bros., but it'll make money because everyone will already understand what it is and want to try it out. And so there it is. And that's kind of what they're doing to Splatoon 2. It's just like, they know that it's to some degree a knockoff, but like, I don't know, someone only has a PlayStation and can't buy Splatoon. Who's serving their needs? So, projects like this can sometimes be like strategic for maybe the purposes of like helping new developers get their feet wet, right? Because you're just giving them a tried and true concept that you already know works because it's already been done. And maybe that's a thing you can do. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not, particularly interested in it. I wouldn't spend money on trying it out. If there's a demo, I'll try it. But I don't know. I've got 5K hours in Splatoon or whatever. And I've got more than that. What am I at in S3 right now? Granted, a lot of these are fake, but... Hey, we've broken 2K. Cool. So yeah, there's 7,000 hours combined. 7,160. Yeah. Plus another maybe 400 on another Switch from Splatoon 2. I'm probably not switching anytime soon. You play Sky, I heard the game is growing. I have played Sky exactly once. And my interest in it extends purely to playing with a couple of friends of mine who I want to be able to see more often, and they play it a lot, so I want to pick it up so that I can play with them. That is nakedly the reason that I am learning the game. I'm like, guys, I am not playing this game because I individually care about it at all. I am playing it as an excuse to play with you. But I'm still down. I don't know jack about it though. I'm everything that I've been instructed to do by them so far has been confusing and has not stuck very well. Sky Children of Light is a... I still don't really understand what the core gameplay loop of that game is. It's like exploration, but it's also like a social game. It's like kind of a platformer, except you can fly. I don't even know like how I would describe the core appeal of it. What people tell me is that it's a social game, but like it has a route that you must traverse through to complete the game, right? So it's not purely a social game. Sky's Journey, but with cosmetics. That's an interesting way to put it. Didn't Journey have, like, major, like, storytelling themes, though? Interesting, okay. It is actually much more similar to Journey, now that I'm reading up on what Journey is exactly. Okay. What's your opinion on rhythm games? Rhythm games in general? They're cool. Hey, Jem, do you want to condemn an entire genre of video game? No. I like them. I played a good amount of Guitar Hero 3. Favorite book? Hamlet and Macbeth are up there. Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man is up there. Cloud Atlas is up there. To the Lighthouse was impactful by Virginia Woolf. I do appreciate Animal Farm a lot. There's a good list. I don't play a lot of Terraria. It was mostly like someone wanted to play Terraria with me. Read any comics? Not really, no. I never got into that. Beth is kind of a snooze fest? I disagree. I think it has some of my favorite soliloquies. What video game would you invest more time in if Splatoon didn't exist? I mean, I played Super Smash Bros. Melee competitively for 14 years, so there's that. It's funny that you say Animal Farm is too in your face, because at the age that I had to teach it, getting people to grasp the allegory was such a challenge. It was probably a little bit too young to really be throwing Animal Farm at them. There's too much context in the world that they need to understand to get it all. And Animal Farm's, you know, a decent vehicle for teaching it, I guess. But it hits harder when you're learning it the other way around. That you're not learning about funny animals first and then seeing the Russian history that they represent. Whereas, you know, if you were in the know at the time and you read Animal Farm and could start picking out, like, and just identifying who each character represents, I think it's a lot more impactful that way. So I always just front-loaded all of the history lessons that I needed to teach and would literally just have a test purely on 1900s Russian history to get everyone ready for that. Where do you see the channel going in the far future? I'll be honest, I don't know that I'm going to be, you know, a Splatoon YouTuber for my whole career, or even, you know, I don't even know for how much longer I'm going to be. There are just other things that I feel I need to talk about more. Need to, I say, because you need to be passionate about something if you're going to crank out videos about it every single day. And it's not that, like, I don't like Splatoon. Like, I still want to play competitively and everything. It's just, there are other topics that have felt more and more important that some of them leak into my videos, but this isn't the place to make a channel political. There are, some aspects of politics that you have to deal with necessarily, but when you're trying to be like an objective source of information about something else, bringing politics into it is alienating to people who would otherwise get a lot of value out of your content and who you benefit from supporting regardless. So, that's my thought there. Did you keep playing Tears of the Kingdom? I've played a little bit, not a ton. It's so far not felt super different from the first Breath of the Wild. And I felt when I finished Breath of the Wild 1, like, alright, I've had my fill of that. I know what that's about, and it's very cool. But I haven't been getting the same sense that, like, I need to know what's over the next mountain range yet. And I haven't gotten very far in it, so I'm sure I can warm up on it if I keep playing it a little bit, but I also haven't had a lot of time to do it. Wanted to get into Melee, but didn't find the effort of learning a new game with APM closer to StarCraft really worth it. Yeah. Melee, I will say, has a really, really nasty skill floor. I think that's its biggest weakness as a game. That, like, you just need to learn wave dashing and L canceling and shield dropping and shuffling. You need to learn, like, all of this stuff so early and know all this new terminology. It's like, you basically need, like, a course taught to you on how to play it at a beginner level, which it's not super fun. Once you get into it, though, God, that is such a beautiful game. So expressive. Honestly, I don't know of another game that has movement that I like more than Super Smash Bros. Melee. You can, if you're on a platform, you can slide backwards off that platform, you can slide forwards off that platform, you can dash forward or backwards off that platform, which give you different options. You can jump off that platform in any direction, and it's analog jumping, so it's not like Street Fighter where you're on a set arc. You can also jump one way and then just hold the stick and float the other way. You can jump and then double jump to reverse your direction much faster and more significantly than you can drift. You can jump and then air dodge. You can jump and air dodge in any direction that you want. Like, you can shield drop in either direction, and then you still have all of the options to drift. And from any of those chances in the air, you can throw out an aerial. There just aren't that many options to do some basic thing in most other video games. And that's just so cool. It makes it so that you can look at someone playing and just know who they are by looking at the way they control their character. Splatoon 4 doesn't drop. I mean, Splatoon 4 will drop. It's a successful brand. It's only growing. It'll happen. Have you thought about making a separate channel to talk about other things that interest you? When I got the new graphics and rebranded the Squid School channel, I, at that time, had branding made for another channel by the same person, using the same methods. So that would be ready when I feel the time was to launch it. So I've got it, it's loaded in the chamber. There's just one annoying aspect of workflow that I need to figure out if I'm going to do that. And it needs to be at a time where I don't have a lot of faith in the momentum of the Splatoon channel continuing. Can I take over your job when you retire? I don't think it works exactly that way. I mean, you can always fill the void, but you're going to have to take some initiative to do that. That is a video I need to make about initiative, not FLC's definition of initiative in terms of the ability to win a close-range fight. More taking initiative as a person. So that's, I think, a very valuable and overlooked aspect. Is Melee the Wii one? No, Brawl was the Wii one. Melee's GameCube. Opinion on Smash Ultimate? It's fine. It's better than Brawl and Smash 4. It's not better than Melee. Not even close. And I put Melee in 64, like, way above all of the others. Those are definitely my two favorites. 64, I feel like, competitively speaking, it's significantly more problematic. But man, are the combos cool, and was it satisfying to be good at that game? Yeah, Combo Fest is a good way to put it. Yeah, like, you as someone running a game channel, you'll get an influx every installment in the series. One important question is, am I going to get to a point where I'm losing money and can't make it to the next installment of the series? That is a legitimate concern. Splatoon's not a huge game, and there's only so much, ad revenue to go around for it. Tried Project M deserved so much better than it got. Project M deserved to be allowed to exist. It was a beautiful game with an absolutely beautiful community. The Splatoon community is fantastic. I love the Splatoon community. It is one of the most diverse competitive esports scenes. And the Melee community is also awesome, and I was a big part in it for a long time. The Project M community is probably my favorite esports community that I've ever been a part of. Those people were really, punk, underground, cool people who were thinking in a more new and revolutionary way about everything around them, including their game, than anyone else was at the time. Is there any way where we can send you fan art? I mean, my Discord server would probably be the place to do that. There's an art channel. There's a picture of your pets channel. There's a picture of other things channel. It's a food pictures channel, I think, or something like that. I don't know. We were getting so many just random pictures of things like that that it just necessitated the creation of channels so that we could, put those aside in their own specific places. I'll sub to your Patreon if you need it when I get an actual job. I mean, I do really appreciate the financial support. One Patreon subscription is not going to just, be the difference between paying the bills, right? It's a combination of YouTube ad revenue and YouTube memberships and Patreon support and Medify and whatever other deals I'm able to cut. I had a HelloFresh sponsorship at one point. Don't know if I'm going to be doing that again. I don't like marketing. It's not even that I don't believe in HelloFresh. I was actually really pleasantly surprised with how good the food was and stuff. It was more just, I don't like being in a position where it is my job to fill someone's heads with propaganda. I want to be doing the opposite of that, right? I want to be inoculating people against being convinced by that sort of speech. So it just felt off-brand to be doing an advertisement at all. Big fan of modding video games. I mean, yeah, I don't think that modding undercuts a big developer's product. If anything, it improves it. Like, modders are the types of people to kick out, like, day one patches that fix easy things, quality of life things that the game devs are too burnt out to do, right? People will just do that as a labor of love for the company sometimes, without getting paid for it or anything. Mods are where League of Legends came from, because Dota was a Warcraft 3 mod. Like, and then Dota 2 expanded on that concept, and voila, here we have the biggest esport on Earth. You can't, like, just say, no, modding is immoral and shouldn't exist. It's going to exist, it needs to exist. Otherwise, we're just losing value. So, Nintendo's stance on things, I understand where they're coming from, and that they feel like they need to protect their very valuable IP from being effectively stolen by other people. And I totally understand how especially Project M kind of felt like a threat like that. But we need to get to a place where that's not the... Oh my god, Gleb Voladin. We're going to be hearing Vimo a lot. Because that was 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. That's really generous. I'm going to have to be adding a lot of new names to the credits of the videos. Thank you again. League exploring. I will say this. I don't know what it is about League of Legends that is so compelling. I don't get it. Because, like, it's this game which has a skill floor that rivals that of Melee. It is legitimately that hard to learn. Not because it's technically difficult, but because there's just so much background knowledge that you need just to understand the basic systems of the game. It's incredibly complex. You need to know, just to know one champion is to know so many different systems and, you know, roles and everything in the game. I don't know what got me through the initial learning curve on that game. I don't understand. Maybe it was just the excitement of, like, playing a team game with my friends, because I hadn't played a team game before. I don't know. But I think it's a really cool game, and it's absolutely the gold standard for esports, so even if you don't like it, you should learn a little bit of it just so that you can understand what's going on with them. In a similar way that, you know, everyone should be following Valorant, at least to some small degree right now. Like, it's good to see what's going on in other scenes, and in order to do that, you want to understand a little bit of it. But I don't know why it is that when people start playing it, it feels so cool to them. Like, I can't look at it from a game design perspective and break it down and tell you why it's so compelling. All I can tell you is it got me invested enough to play the 50 to 100 games that I needed before I had any bloody clue what I was doing. And that's impressive to me. I'm honestly really excited to see if RTS games come back. Like, RTS games had such a dominant streak in competitive gaming, but they also went away in a way that other competitive game styles have not. Like, shooters are old, but they've still stuck around, and they, you know, have had comebacks too. Like, everyone's playing Valorant now. That's one of the biggest esports on Earth. It's like, why did StarCraft happen and then nobody else tried to make another RTS? At this point, there were a bunch of games that were suggested, which were games where it was an RTS, but the units you're ordering around are actually controlled by humans, and that you just have enough people in an online play session that they can play their action game while you play your RTS as their general. And that is such an insanely mind-blowingly cool idea. And there have been a couple of suggestions that is gonna happen or can happen that haven't materialized yet, but I'm looking forward to something like that happening. But even if they just make another RTS, like, what has anybody else been playing since StarCraft 2? There's such a void there to fill. There's such a vacuum that I feel like other games could step into. I'm surprised that nobody has yet. Want to support your stance on advertising? Thank you. Participating in capitalism in order to to agree with my stance in not supporting certain aspects of capitalism that I find to be problematic. No, I totally get it. It makes sense. It just feels ironic if you don't think about it too hard. Did you get your IGN from the N++ stage? I don't even know what N++ is, so apparently not. Remember to DM Gem on Discord to get access to the member channel so you can nominate and vote on comps for Silly Come Sunday. Yes, that's good. I also I put out announcements on YouTube, community posts that go out to channel members only. So if you're on YouTube often enough, you will just see them there too. But yeah, usually it's like every Friday I put out the request for nominations. And then every Saturday, I put out the poll so that you have 24 hours to nominate and then 24 hours to vote. I've heard that the secret to get Plat in League is memorizing everything. I mean, you have to know how to play the game, too, on a mechanical level. What special do you want to see CDS get? What would it want? What would it want that it doesn't already have? I don't even know, because the main weapon is the major viability issue. Wavebreaker's already, like, super good for it. Yeah, Worlds will definitely teach you a lot about League of Legends. Like, League of Legends World Championships is the height, as far as I have seen, in esports production. I have not seen Dota's International, and Dota players will swear by that. But I don't... Aside from that, like, League of Legends Worlds is better than ESPN. I think it's better than ESPN's coverage of most of their sports. Like, that's how highly I regard it. Seen Project L. I've seen it. I am also... It looks like a more traditional fighting game, which is something that I'm not super into. Like, I'm more into melee and, like, platform fighters and stuff because, again, movement. Expressive movement is what I'm looking for. And a traditional fighter strips that away. That's one ingredient that's missing in that sort of a game. So it's not really up my alley. League of Legends, yes, will run on a potato, complex. The League of Legends had, like, there's a whole checklist of things that League of Legends does really well that made it as easy for it to get popular as it is. I hate capitalism, thanks for $20. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. Capitalism has a lot of big, major, ugly problems. I would like to see a capitalist system with a certain amount of corruption and social problems stripped away in a vacuum, you know, without all of that context first, before I say that the entire system needs to be overhauled. Because I worry about the creation of like a power vacuum of just like tearing it down abruptly instead of making incremental changes. But that's getting into politics. You must have seen Rivals 2. I don't like. Okay, now that's the challenge. Rivals 2 is the 24th season of the MTV reality game show. No. Hold on. Okay, yeah, the Rivals of Aether sequel. I have never gotten super into Rivals, but I have been very intimately linked with the community of Rivals of Aether, specifically when I was a TO in Arizona. SBS, who I believe was like the world #1 ranked player at some point there, came up from Arizona and was a TO in Arizona, and we worked with him for a lot of different events. So I don't know his game very well, but I do know him. Right. Criticizing the system can coexist with being appreciative of help from others within it. Exactly. Like, I said that it's not really ironic in the end, because, like, we do exist under this system, and, like, until we don't, this is just kind of the way things are. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of economic theory that I'm not super familiar with, and so I don't like going and making comments about capitalism versus socialism or anything like that. It's not my area of expertise at all. It's not something that I've done even the bare minimum amount of study about. I had the ability to take like a macroeconomics class in high school, and passed up on that to make my course load easier. But with the amount of blind spots that I've had, as a result of that, the workload was definitely important for me to decrease, but I don't know if my priorities would have been different with what I took versus what I didn't take. Still got your crown and Rainmaker. I don't remember. It's tower control right now, so I can't tell. Most of them, I got pretty weak placements. Like, I think I've got one that's still up in, like, the 2350s or the 2400s or something, but a lot of them I just started at, like, 2K, and it was like, ugh. And I've bumped them up, like, 150, 200 points, but I only play X-Rank so much, so it's only going to get so far. Didn't mean that joke in a bad way. No, of course not. Of course not. Let me finish this last bite of sandwich here. Oh. What is the lowest possible X power? I don't think there's like a theoretical lowest. I think there's only a practical lowest. Because you have to be at a certain level, otherwise you don't make it up that high. And then, once you're at that level, you're only going to lose so many matches. So you're only going to be able to drop so low before you win one and it bumps you back up again. Wish Splatoon was a big esport, but I'm glad that it's grassroots right now, so don't get screwed over by big companies trying to take advantage. Yes, so that's what needs to happen more, is people taking initiative and organizing things in grassroots settings. Because we cannot rely on a built system in order to grow. We cannot rely on corporations to prop us up, basically. We need to have something worth having first if we want sponsorships and whatnot. And we build that ourselves. And it's becoming more and more difficult to build that ourselves because every year new video games come out. So at some point, if you're going to get something big, you need to convince people to play your video game instead of theirs. That's not an easy thing to do. The biggest non-official Splatoon tournament? So if we're talking about, like, not Nintendo as non-official, that's most tournaments. That's literally every other tournament that's not run by Nintendo, which is a lot of them. As for majors, I think the biggest Splatoon 3 event was actually LTC. We actually outnumbered Melee entrants at LTC that year. There were like 180, 200 Melee players. There were 330 Splatoon players. That was huge. Now, that's also a really low turnout for Melee, and the LTC TOs should probably be thinking like, okay, why is nobody coming here for Melee based on those numbers? But still, just being in any position to, outpopulate Melee at that tournament, that's massive. As for the biggest Splatoon tournaments ever, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Online tournaments are always going to be bigger because they're easier to get to. Splatoon Worlds. There is no equivalent to League of Legends Worlds in Splatoon. There is an invitational tournament that is called the Splatoon World Championships, which is like 4 Japanese teams, 2 European teams, and 2 American teams that get hand-picked. It is not an open event or anything. And a lot of the times, there's still pickups that get picked for those. But it's supposed to represent, the best teams that are there. But they'll also play Turf War. They'll play a lot of like map modes that we don't really consider playing that much in the West. So it's always a cool event to watch. But it's also not like the big official, this is the championship that everyone is working toward. It's more of like a cool showcase. Majors are what you're looking for this is the event right here. Especially majors where you get like international competition. Low Ink is an online tournament. I'm not counting that in comparison to an in-person major. It's not a fair comparison. Low Ink is very large. Do you go to any EU LAN events? That is a lot of travel. I've honestly never considered it because it's so much easier to fly domestically for me. So much less time away from home to be doing that. And less expensive too. There's, I don't know. There's a lot more logistical problems with that idea. If I had money to burn, sure. But I don't right now. What if the entire Squid Squad is there? There are definitely people who could convince me to go, but at the moment it's not in the pocketbook. I'm gonna get a few more games in on the Wiper before I'm playing an SOS today with a pickup team, and so we're gonna start warming up for that at some point here. So it's in about 25 minutes. And at that time, I will be signing off. But let's get some more Jedi practice. All 50K plus Squid School subscribers? I don't know. In that case, I might need to not go for my own safety. Y'all scare me sometimes. Yeah, SOS is a weekly tournament that's always on Wednesdays. It's been a mainstay of the competitive scene for some time. Yeah, I don't think the people who are planning to missile spam with the Wiper Deco understand why you missile spam or what weapons would be ideal for missile spamming. Thank you for the raid, SQ Flash. Welcome. I did not get the rhythm right there. Okay, last one's over there. Yeah, they found me. Get that popped quick. Get that picked up. Oh no, why did they bump themselves off the map? Well, that didn't work at all. And we're all dead. Ugh. Too many wave breaker hits. That was so avoidable too. Well, time to dive right in. Oh dear. Well, it reset. We're good. Was that a double wipeout? Please get him with the... Oh, I thought the torpedo was it. Thought that was all we needed. Chump's coming out. Nice, that's 2 down. Misjudged where that was going to land. Ugh. How are you not dead? There we go. We might lose pop there. Oh, that was a chump. I didn't see any of the others. I only saw the one, so I thought it was a jump and I tried to camp it. Ugh. Oh, hi. I didn't think they were gonna drop. This might not be the safest jump. Okay. Oh boy. They got me eventually. What got them? I'm gonna paint out a little first before we drop. Man, I hit 3 shots. If I'd hit the charge slash, that would have done it. The charge slash is honestly easier to hit than the 3 light ones were. Yeah, I don't think I would have made it. I had to, like, get onto the wall and, like, squid roll off and hope that I got high enough to grab the Rainmaker. That was not an easy task. Oh, we won. I did not think we were in the lead. Cool. I see that everyone else on the team has wisely left, seeing the KA that I put out. So many pro players play wired. I mean, playing wireless is fine. It's just at some point you have to charge it, and the only way to charge it is to have it on a wire. So I just never take it off the wire. Oh, we've got a player from Micklin Heroes on our team here. Is that the Lux? Okay, yeah, that's Lux. This is going to be a higher level match than we've had before, and I am not going to do super well in it. Yeah. This is probably not the place that I want to be at, but I'm trying to let Fear take the more preferable wiper positions. There. We're in a pretty good spot here. Where are we taking this? What's the game plan here? We've got 2 on left. Which checkpoint did we even get? Okay. Great hammer. That should be enough to win the game. Well, not quite, but... I tried to get up close to maybe get the melee hitboxes, but I didn't have as much covering fire at that point. Probably should have just backed up. Good picks. Oh my god, fear popping off. Ah, it wasn't the melee hitbox. Lame. Here. What? Excuse me? I'm incensed. Always two there are, a master and an apprentice. I hit a charge slash and one horizontal. I needed 3. I needed 2. And that's just... Fear, if you wanna come into the stream and tell me everything I'm doing wrong, I will listen to everything you say. Ugh. I'm really bad at telling the reticle apart from the charge meter. Like, look at this. The charge meter makes it look like my aim is off, but I'm actually on. I hate that. Maybe aim higher than I think I need to. Because, like, look, here, that's on, and then look at where the target snaps back to for the light hits. Is Your Majesty a pronoun? It functions like, it's really a title more than it is a pronoun. And I mean, if you were to break it down more strictly grammatically, you would say that your is a possessive pronoun and majesty is a noun, and that they're combined in this particular way to create maybe a proper noun. That's probably more the direction you'd want to go. Precocious dog. That's funny. There's something funky going on over there. I think some of them didn't even pay attention to the Rainmaker there. I think some of them just swam right by it. Like there, I'm hitting the floor. I'm hitting the floor in that case instead of aiming high enough. That is a really frustrating aspect of the UI for me. Oh no, I didn't mean to dash! Oh, that's really bad. Pretty good push there. It wasn't really needed because like we didn't get past 10, but like I was happy with my Rainmaker carrying and everything. I'm not a bad person to carry Rainmaker in this situation. I think ideally it would be the Dynamo. But if I'm super close to it, then it's not a bad idea for me to just take it. It's like, in any situation where you have two of exactly the same weapon, it's kind of a redundancy. And so you don't mind too much if you only have one of them, because you're still getting all of the value of that particular weapon. Well, that would have killed me, so I'm glad that we got the Rainmaker in then, that time. I like sand, a bit traditional, but the granules are fun. Well, that's a new one. A noun phrase, not a pronoun phrase? I've never heard someone refer to a pronoun phrase. Positive on a wiper? Disgusting. I've done it wrong. Which rock tastes the best aside from salt? I'd have to think about that one. Stick sensitivity. I just always run on max sense, because I like to be able to turn fast and I play short-ranged weapons. Stick sensitivity is not something that is making or breaking your gameplay as long as you're capable of at least turning 180 degrees fairly quickly. I think unless you're like an E-leader and you really trust in your game awareness to the point where you are not going to get caught by someone directly behind you, which I wouldn't trust myself. Unless you're in that kind of a position, you need to be able to 180, is my take on it. Past that, it's personal preference. I like being able to move a lot before I break my wrists. So that's where I'm at. Should stick sense be lower or higher for midline weapons? It's personal preference. It's whatever feels like it works the best for you. They're very... It's something that I don't want you worrying about because it is not any reason that you're ever going to lose games. Unless you're, like, putting it so low that you cannot respond in the way that your weapon needs to. Oh, why'd you drop? That was not a good idea. Whew. Oh, what? Who let them in? Hello? I'm less scary than most of the weapons I would do that with. Nevertheless, here we are. How'd you get over there? Must have crossed me up. Noted, they have respawn Punisher. Oh, I should have waited for the kill on that. Why is there nobody in the way? Oh no. Are we... What? We're... Guys! Rainmaker is in our base! Where are we going? Oh, no. I don't like the implications of MomNet. That is all. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I've got to go prepare for a tournament now. I'm going to raid out. And we're going to send all of our Twitch people off to Becca. Becca. Becca's playing Salmon Run right now. Here are things that I do. If you would like to see other things that I do. Oh, goodness. Okay, the link spazzed out there for a second, but I think that's actually not a PC term. I probably shouldn't be saying that. But there's the link. It exists. I go now to raid. Thank you for watch, people. Heart.